morning, everyone. This is a meeting of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors, a regular meeting. We're also sitting as all special taxing districts, and this is the November the 5th, 2018, 9 a.m. meeting. First item is a call to order of the regular session, and we'll move on to a pledge of allegiance. Will everybody please stand up, and Supervisor McLeod, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Please join me. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. You must have practiced that a little, huh? The first item on the agenda is actually called to the public. Call to the public is held for the public's benefit to allow individuals to address issues within the board's jurisdiction. Board members may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to Arizona revised statutes, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to criticism, or scheduling the matter for further discussion and decisions at a future date. I've got some forms here, speaker forms. If you want to say something and you didn't bring a speaker form, feel free to just call upon me. I'll call upon you. The first person I'll call in, or persons I'll call in, is Joshua Scott and Santos Guerrero. I think we know this gentleman a little bit. But...
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Josh Scott, Public Works Director.
Morning.
A few meetings back, you approved an IGA with Pinal County to allow us, Yuma County, to compete with Pinal County and other agencies from across the state in their annual safety rodeo.
Oh, this wasn't the lip syncing thing?
No. We'll leave that up to the sheriff. It's something Pinal County's been doing for 28 years now, and it's a big deal as far as safety rodeos and equipment competitions go. But Yuma County's never competed. We changed that this year, and Santos Guerrero here, one of our project lead workers, took a handful of folks with him down to Casa Grande last Thursday and competed. And they confirmed what I think we already know, and that's that Yuma County's got some of the best equipment operators around. So I'll let Santos kind of tell you the results and a little bit about the competition.
Thank you.
Santos?
Yeah, so a few months back, Josh brought this to our attention and asked if we wanted to go try this event out. We had never gone to anything like that. So I took myself, Jesus Valenzuela, Anthony Brookins, Christian Figueroa, and two other gentlemen that are off today, Nick Orta and Don Jacobs. And it just basically consisted of equipment competitions, inspections of equipment. It was set up at the Pinal County Fairgrounds. There was almost 400 entries from like 6 or 7 different counties. And I think there was 5 or 6 small municipalities there, Casa Grande, Florence, Eloy. And we competed in a bunch of events. And to our surprise, we came away with the top visiting agency plaque.
Nice.
All right.
Why were you surprised?
Well, it was our first time. We'd never gone into anything like that. And of course, Pinal County, they had everybody there. I mean, it seemed like their whole public works department was there. They had board of supervisors there handing out the awards at the end of the presentations, at the end of the competitions. They had breakfast for everybody. They had ribeye steaks for lunch for everybody there.
Wow.
I'm going next year.
Yeah, I recommend it. It was pretty neat. So we went up early Thursday morning. We were back that afternoon before quitting time, and it was really fun. It was pretty neat. We'd like to go again next year.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to defend yourself.
Huh?
Got to defend that.
Yeah, and it was a pretty. I'd like to take maybe a couple more guys next time, but it was pretty neat, and I thought it was cool that we got this play.
Great. Congratulations.
Yeah, so he mentioned there were a number of counties there. In attendance was Apache, Coconino, Gila, Graham, and Santa Cruz counties. So, we got the best of all of them. And I'm proud of how these guys did and represented not just Public Works, but Yuma County. So, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board for your continued support of everything we do.
All right, thank you. You know, it's gonna be tough to top that, with the meeting. The next person that I'll have to, that'll come in is Gabby Black from MCAS Yuma. Gabby? And I was told the Public Works Department needed to get back to Public Works.
Come on, Josh. Come on,
Bye,
great.
guys.
Mine's actually for the planning and zoning.
Oh, yours, all right,
Ah.
okay.
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to.
No, you, all right. So that was a pretty quick one. That was good. And the next one is Gene Dalby, which I'm sure is going to make up for the last time.
Number 2,
You got number 2, item number 2?
discussion 2.
Why is, Gene, you've been here forever.
Good morning, good morning. Another beautiful day in Yuma.
A bicycling day, I
Yeah,
guess.
bicycle day, absolutely. But then, you know, every day the bicycle day in Yuma. And I'm really signed up for the item that's number 2 on the
I should have read
reference to
that.
frontage
You
road,
did.
but never pass up an opportunity to say thank you for what you do, all the turmoil that you may have to put up with from time to time, but from the bottom of my heart and from the bicycling community, we love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And let's just, for my own clarity, I mean, you did put in there item number 2 and item number 1, but normally you don't have to. When you have an item in the agenda, I'll call for the public or something, you come in. All right, I need more coffee, hold on a minute. All right, and that takes care of the call to the public. I do want to leave, I mean, I know that you probably have items in the agenda, but I do want to recognize that Mayor Nichols is here, not as a mayor, but it's still a Mayor Nichols. It's out in the back. He's got an item in the agenda, and he made it clear that he didn't want to be addressed as mayor in that item, so just want to introduce him now. And Judge Reeves is here too. I don't know Judge Reeves, and, you know, it's also probably has an item in the agenda, but we want to recognize the fact that you guys, you know, are here this morning. Thank you. All right, the next item is presentation, proclamations, and appointments. During this segment of the agenda, board members may discuss the presentations and proclamations and may announce appointments to the Yuma County Planning and Zoning Commission and the Yuma County Board of Adjustments. No legal action will be taken. Does any board member have any appointments to make? No? So I'll go ahead and start with a presentation of the Yuma County line by Yuma 77, the Yuma County Government Channel.
The county rolls out a convenient way to find where to vote. Public Works cleans up to make the roads safer for drivers. And a domestic violence vigil brings organizations closer. These stories and more, this is your County Line. Your county government knows you're busy, and that's why a few years ago we transitioned from having polling places to having vote centers. The difference? Vote centers allow you to go anywhere to vote and not be tied to a specific polling place. And we took the guesswork out of how to find the 9 locations by creating the Vote Center Locator.
We developed this app for the public. Using your Near Me button, you select it, and then it'll prompt you a little window, and you type in your address, and then it'll prompt you another window, and you just select the Directions tab, and it'll navigate you to the nearest poll location.
This convenient technology allows anyone to access the locator by personal computer or mobile device. If you'd like to see how it works, visit yumacountyaz.gov/Vote Center Locator, and you can try it for yourself. A unique opportunity for all Yuma County residents, particularly anyone living in the Foothills region. Last Saturday, the county held an open house at the Foothills Library. District 3 Supervisor Darren Simmons was on hand to speak with local resident concerns, and anyone visiting had the opportunity to meet with representatives from the Recorder and Assessor's offices, along with our Health District and Development Services Department.
I wanted to bring the county to them on a weekend when they can come in and talk to the elected officials or the people in the department heads, make their concerns known, or just if they have questions, because I know the tax bills just went out, so if they have questions on their taxes, the assessor's here to talk to them on that. Elections coming up, recorders here, so like I said, mainly just make us available for any questions or concerns that they may have.
Have you ever had to go to the trouble of deep cleaning your headlights so you can see better while driving? Our public works crews have been traveling the county doing something similar so you can see other lights, traffic lights that is. You may have seen them at intersections across the county. Public works crews that appear to be working on traffic signals, but in reality they're cleaning the lights of the signals. Once a year, they clean the lenses to help create a safer environment for all drivers.
We try to do this every year to make sure our lenses and our signal heads are screened, and to reduce also maintenance is the reason why we do that.
For more information about what Public Works does, you can find them at yumacountyaz.gov under the Government tab. Did you know that domestic violence is the leading cause of injury to women between the ages of 15 and 44 in the United States? That's more than car accidents, muggings, and rapes combined. Recently, the Victim Services Division of the Yuma County Attorney's Office held a domestic violence awareness vigil to bring attention to this nationwide problem. Supporters gathered at the Centennial Heritage area to unify their efforts to help put an end to domestic violence in Yuma County. It's an important event that brings many organizations together, sharing a common goal.
It's important for victims to know they're not alone, that we do have resources available, and there's steps you can take to reduce that cycle of violence.
If you or someone you know is in need of help because of domestic violence, you can contact the Yuma County Attorney's Victim Services Division by calling 817-4300. In this spotlight, we give you an inside look at the Development Services Department, which is responsible for land use planning matters, including building and safety codes.
Development Services strives to be respectful and respected professionals in our division, our department, and in our community. Planning and zoning is our division that's responsible for subdivisions, doing studies for the county, and helping to prepare areas for growth and making sure that we have consistent uses throughout the county. Building safety enforces the building codes to help people to have safe buildings for their residences and businesses. Engineering department is responsible for the capital improvements, which are the public infrastructure, so our roads and our drainage, and the improvements that we need for public use. The flood control division looks at and manages the development that's going in within floodplains, making sure that it's reasonably safe from flooding that may occur in those areas. Environmental health looks at the environmental impacts of development throughout the community. So they look at sewer, water, dust control associated with construction. As a whole, Development Services has a responsibility to provide customer service throughout the organization and to emphasize the role that our permit technicians have to provide service in accepting applications and issuing permits to the public. The divisions within Development Services come together and provide their expertise to make sure that the development in Yuma County is done as safely as possible.
Please visit yumacountyaz.gov for more information on the county's Development Services Division.
I'm Elia Juarez, and this is your Library Update. November is National Novel Writing Month, so listen up all you budding authors, because we have some great stuff happening just for you. During the whole month of November, we're encouraging anyone out there who's ever thought about writing a novel to come on over to the main library, where we will be hosting National Novel Writing Month workshops every Saturday. The goal is to get you to start and finish a 500,000-word novel between November 1st and November 30th. That works out to about 175 pages in a bound book. It's open to writers of all ages, so anyone is welcome to attend. Make sure you check our online calendar for all the specific dates and times. Also, don't forget the library will be closed on November 12th for Veterans Day. For more information, you can check us out online at yumalibrary.org.
Before we head out, an important notice about the upcoming holidays. Don't forget that Monday, November 12th is Veterans Day, and most of your county offices will be closed in observance. Also, take note that both November 22nd and 23rd are days most county offices will be closed in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. We'd like to thank you for joining us for this County Line. If you'd like to watch past episodes, log on to yumacountyaz.gov/VOD. And remember, you can join us live on Facebook. We'll see you next time.
Thank you. That was great. The next item on the agenda, it's item number 2, is for county administration. It's a proclamation, November 17 as Adoption Day, and this will be done by Supervisor Pancrazy. Supervisor Pancrazy, would you?
Yes. With pleasure. Proclaiming November 17, 2018 as Adoption Day. Whereas more than 1,240 children are in the Arizona foster care system waiting to be adopted. And whereas in Yuma County there are approximately 384 children in foster care, of which 69 are waiting for permanent families. And whereas foster care is designed to be temporary, yet the average time a child waits for an adoptive family is more than 2 years. And whereas National Adoptive Day is a collective national effort to find permanent, loving families for children in foster care. And whereas on Saturday, November 17th, 2018, National Adoption Day will be celebrated in all 50 states, offering children the opportunity to live a permanent, stable, and loving families. Now, therefore, Marco A. Tony Reyes, Chairman of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors, hereby proclaims November 17, 2018 to be Yuma County Adoption Day, during which adoptions will be completed for children at the Yuma County Juvenile Justice Center. I urge all citizens to join local, state, and national efforts to raise awareness about the importance of becoming a foster parent and to consider becoming an adoptive parent during November and throughout the year. I witness hereof, I have set my hand and affixed the official seal of the Board of Supervisors this 5th day of November 2018. Marco A. Tony Reyes, Chairman of the Board.
Thank you, Supervisor Pancrazy. Present. Present. Should have waited a little, you would have gotten the applause. Present to accept the proclamation, the Honorable Mark Wayne Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Board members, good morning. Well, this is a truly a joyous day on November 17th because as Ms. Pancrazy said, that we'll be celebrating National Adoption Day. And it's a day where everyone comes together, and I can say everyone is happy on that day. When you come to court, I didn't have too many people happy in criminal matters and other matters, but Adoption Day is another situation. Everyone's coming together for the good of the children, the best interest of the children. And it's just remarkable to me to see not only foster parents, but grandparents and aunts and uncles step up and adopt these children. And we're having it on the 17th, be running from start at 9 a.m. and finish about noon. Last year we did 20 adoptions on that day. That was an all-time record for us on that particular day. And since we moved to change it to actual Saturday, which is the National Adoption Day, before it was done on a Friday, and about 5 years ago we changed it to a Saturday to comport with the actual day, and it relieves parents and relatives and guardians and caregivers to have a free day on a Saturday as opposed to a work day to come down and participate. And so it's a wonderful day, and I appreciate all the accolades that the board has heaped on juvenile court and continues to support and appreciate juvenile court. So thank you very much for that.
Right. Can we step down? Present proclamation. Got a balance.
Oh, get over on this side first, and he's not.
Thanks, good, great job.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. For the next item, I've been trying to do this like for three, scheduled meetings and, I was gonna skip it this time. But, this is actually his last board meeting as a employee of Yuma County. So I'm going to, on item number 3, I'm going to recognize Roger Patterson. Well, I'm gonna let Susan speak about it, but I'm going to recognize him for his service to Yuma County. He's basically finally retiring. And so
Moving to the end of the.
I think he announced that 20 years ago when I became a board member. I'm just kidding, Roger. He's not a very, like happy-go-lucky kind of guy. So this will be a roast more than a retirement. Go ahead, Susan. We'll roast him later.
So, good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Susan Thorpe, County Administrator. I'd like for Roger Patterson, our county engineer, to join me up front for some recognition.
I see he changed his haircut. We looked a lot. We started off with a lot of hair.
Yuma County for more than 35 years, almost 36. And so we have a couple of things to present to him. We have a certificate that comes with every 5 years of recognition, which we normally do at our spring Employee Years of Service Award ceremony. That is at the back, but I do have a couple of special things for Roger. This is the 35-year service award that Roger will be getting.
Very nice.
It's beautiful.
Don't drop it, eh? Don't drop it, Roger. Don't drop it.
He's been here more than 35 years, and he's actually retiring when we have this clock for his retirement.
That's to remind him he doesn't have to come into work, huh? I never get that one.
Roger A. Patterson, in gratitude for more than 35 years of dedicated service.
Thank you.
It has no batteries. It won't move.
Ask Roger to say a few words, and then if you don't mind, we'll take a picture with him.
I do mind, but, it's okay. I'll take a picture with him.
It brings back a lot of memories. Coming to the county in 1983, which I think it was January 3rd, which is coincidentally the first day that La Paz separated from Yuma County.
Nice.
So I've only worked for Yuma County technically. After working a year in Phoenix, who would have thought I'd come to Yuma County for the next 36 years? After getting a start in Phoenix, I thought I'd probably stay there, but I didn't realize Yuma County became my home. Appreciate it. I think the department has grown. We've constructed a lot of improvements. I remember when I first got here and it rained, everybody went out to document where all the flooding was or the major roadways that needed to be reconstructed, and Public Works would send out all of their crews, at all hours of the night. I think everybody sleeps better, nowadays when we have a storm. We've had several 100-year storms, presidential declared disasters. I think we've lived through it all, and hopefully it's for the better. After 36 years, it's going to be a hard habit to break next Monday, not coming to work. Same place, so I really appreciate the county.
I have a couple of suggestions where to go, but we'll talk about that later.
You can always volunteer. We do have volunteer groups.
The sheriff is waiting for you.
And I did see years later that I came to the county on a 4-to-1 vote. There was a hiring freeze because of the separation of La Paz County, so the county engineer, director of public works at that time was Don Fortney. I talked to him a few times before I came, but didn't realize the effort he had to do to get me on board. So I've always appreciated that.
No, it wasn't me. That one vote wasn't me. Anyway, Roger,
There's a
look,
story behind that.
it's been, there's always a story behind everything. But I do want to say before you actually go that it's always been a pleasure to have you in front of us. Sometimes we get off a little slow, but then we pick up along the way. But it's always been a pleasure to see you. I mean, there's always that calming influence you have over almost everyone that I know of. And sometimes that's what we need, especially in a position like ours that we really want things done, and sometimes that's a problem. In my particular case, it wasn't. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that got done that got done quietly. That didn't, it wasn't a big deal. We didn't have to make it a big deal. You simply went about doing your job, and that's appreciated. I think that one of the things that, as an elected official, I can tell you right now, we appreciate is no controversy. It's a good thing for us. And, you certainly have done that throughout the years you've been in Yuma County. You've done your job, showed up to work, and I think that's great. I mean, it's not as appreciated as it should be. But your steady leadership in that department meant a lot to me, and I think it meant a lot to a lot of us. So thank you very much for your time and your efforts.
I'd like to add on. Sure. Yeah, Roger, it's been a real privilege. And every time I've spoken with you, you've always been forthright. Whether or not it was what I wanted to hear, you told me how it was, and I always appreciated that. I know that there's been a couple of times that we've made a decision you didn't really agree with. And you always kept your head up, were just took care of what it was, even if you didn't agree with it. And I always appreciated that. You're always just very accommodating, and it's been a real pleasure. We're really going to miss you. Thanks for all you've done.
Anything else?
May I make a comment? I've only been here a couple years, but every time Roger gets up to speak, his historical knowledge has always come out and has helped with somebody who's a newbie understand where we've come from and where we're going. And I can say I very much appreciate all of the work that you've done for Yuma County all these years. Thank you.
All right. Well, make sure you don't wear that thing on your wrist, because traditionally the watch is like a wrist thing. Make sure you don't strip it in there. And we used to say the check's in the mail, but now it isn't even in the mail anymore. It's in an email. Enjoy your retirement. You earned it.
Yes.
Whatever you go out and do, you earned the right to do it. Thank you very much. A photo.
I'd like to invite my wife up here.
We're going to use this to blackmail you. Good job, hombre. You are a credit to all headed people. Thanks for sharing that with us.
I wanted to give you a
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the one behind the, oh, I'm sorry.
One behind it.
The one behind the bow. Yes.
Balance it out.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Why say he's not retiring? Just changing job title. His wife just told me he's not retiring. He's changing job titles. He's going to do other things at home.
All those honeydews.
Yeah. All right. That could have gotten emotional there. The next item on the agenda is from Human Resources. It's the presentation of the 2018 Yuma Corporate Cup Challenge, and present the trophy to the team Full Court Attack for the 2018 Yuma Corporate Cup Kickball Tournament winner. Full Court Attack.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
And this was a fundraiser.
Well, good morning.
All right.
Good morning, Chair Reyes, members of the board. My name is Maya Alexandri, Benefits Manager, and with me I have Felicia Frauster, HR Director. So I'm here to discuss our Corporate Cup wrap-up. Yuma County has been participating since 2014. This year for 2018, we were one of the 10 employers of local organizations that participated in this challenge. And what Corporate Cup is just a series of events, competitive events that the county holds with other employers to participate in wellness and increase the volunteer within the workforce. So this year, it started in March. We had a fun run, a 2-mile fun run at Smokers Park, and then it was followed by a day of service for Habitat for Humanity. After that, each employer does their own philanthropic event. And this year, we hosted with hospice, where we did that baby wipe donation, which that was a very well results in that. And then after all of those challenges, we battle it out in a friendly competition of what we call kickball. And this year, there was only 2 organizations that participated, which was the City of Yuma and Yuma County. And that's where the full court attack came in, and they played the series of events for the kickball. And I'm happy, I'm very happy and proud to say that once again, that because of this winning competition, Yuma County is once again for the second year in a row the Corporate Cup champions.
All right.
So at this time, I would ask for Daniel and his team. They are here, and I do want to recognize them. I'm hoping that we could take a picture and present them with the trophy so that they could take it to their department.
Okay, let's step up. Mayra, I didn't want to let you in on the secret, but they pay us to do this.
They pay me to do this too.
The drinking cup. Take the big one. I don't want the big one. Picture this, you complicated. Never allowed me to get a cup. Right, guys, thank you. Congratulations again.
Snoop Dogg.
Okay, Mayra, what else have you got?
That's all I have. If you have any questions for me.
How much money did we get?
Oh, we didn't get
Thank you, Mayra. The next item in the agenda is actually the consent calendar. The consent calendar, in the consent calendar, the following items are listed under the consent agenda, and they will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Are there any items that need to be removed or separate? No? I do. I want to separate number 4 and number 6. I want to take them out and talk about them. Is there any other items? If not, then I'll entertain a motion to approve consent items 1 through, how many? 1 through 18, with the exception of 4 and 6. You moved? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to approve the consent agenda, items 1 through 18. Any discussion? No? On the items that remain? No? All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 4. Item number 4 is to approve the list of properties as shown in Agenda Exhibit A to be sold at the tax deeded property auction and authorize the auction to be held in March 2019 during a special session. A specific date is to be determined. I pulled this item just to ask a couple of questions about this. With the, good morning, Dunya.
Board of Supervisors, how can I help you?
Raise it up.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors. How can I help you?
Well, my question had to do with how, with the advent of news media, I mean, not news media, social media, excuse me, with the advent of social media, with the advent of other methods of letting people know, informational items, are we using any of those methods to let these people know that their properties may be going out to auction? Or can we use it? Is it, the question is actually twofold. One is whether we actually can do this in terms of us being able to do it. And the second is whether it's legally permissible to actually, advertise this kind of information in more ways than just simply the meeting like today or the newspaper. I guess if it's allowed in the newspaper, it is public information.
That is correct. It's also advertised on our webpage. After you approve the items today, it goes on our Board of Supervisors webpage under miscellaneous. So it is.
Well, my idea was to put it on Channel 77, sort of like a public announcement. No, that's what the question is. Look, a lot of people just missed it, and they end up finding out when somebody lets them know that their property's been auctioned off. I just want to make sure that we take every effort that we can to allow them to receive notice or to find out. Now, by the reaction of Supervisor McLeod, that's one of the reasons why I ask. I mean, is it something that we don't really want out there, or is it something that we're interested in letting everybody know, regardless of how?
I'm not sure the answer to your question. I can find out though. I can research and get back to you if you'd like.
Well, we have a TV channel, Channel 77, and we certainly use it for a lot of things. Is it possible to use it to run a list, like a continuous roll for twice a day or something until this happens? Is there any problem with that legally?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't think so. As long as you meet your minimum requirements, you can do anything above that as well for notification. The more we notify the public, the more they know.
Well, find out for us, and then I guess if you don't need authorization from us, you could do that unless
I
someone
have an
super.
alternative view.
Okay, you have an alternative
I have
view.
an alternative view.
I am surprised.
Yeah, but your idea can't be good. So, no, I'm just kidding. What my point would be on this is if I were a property owner and I fell on hard times and I couldn't make my property tax payments, I don't think I would want my name splashed all over social media that I'm not paying my tax bill. That's my point. I know that we have to put it in the paper. I know we have to advertise it. Most people don't see it. And so for that reason, I'd be opposed to just splashing it out there because it could be an embarrassment to somebody who does not need that type of embarrassment.
Well, I can understand that viewpoint, but the idea of putting it out is to let people know that this is happening. Now, do we? I mean, I'm open to suggestions. I just thought that the process was okay. Try to, as much as possible, try to let these people know their properties are going on auction. I thought that was the purpose.
If I could maybe interject a little bit, the people who owe taxes and whose property is going to be then auctioned off, they've known for a long time that they owe taxes, and they've been notified again and again and again, and it gets to this point, now the property is up for public auction and public purchase. So I think one benefit of advertising it is to get more members of the public interested in potentially buying this property, not notifying people who owe taxes that, hey, you still have to pay you have to get this property back if you want to, because it's long past that time where they would have or could have up with their taxes.
Well, let me define this. When is a person placed on that list? Because I don't think it's that long. I mean, we're talking about taxes that are due what year?
It's a long time.
It takes 7 years
7
before
years.
the taxes reach to the point where I put them on the auction list. 7 years. For that, they are notified via certified mail that their property is going to go up for auction. They give them one entire month. I believe it's the treasurer's office that handles that, to come in and redeem their taxes. After that, if they don't pay, then it gets posted on their property that their property is going to go up for auction. So they are given some opportunity to come in and take care of that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to clarify my comment. Let me clarify. I think Supervisor Reyes may be onto something, so let me clarify my remark. I would be opposed to putting like what I see in front of us out, right? That lists the individual property and who the owner is. But to his point, to send out a greater notification that this tax deeded auction is happening and where you can find the information, that I wouldn't have a problem with. And I think that's probably, maybe that's where
It's a
you're headed with
compromise.
it.
Yeah, I mean, look, some people, let's say that a family doesn't know, somebody died, just use a property owner died, not one that really keeps the rest of the family informed. And the way they're going to find out is they see that property going up for auction. Those are the kind of things that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of people after a while, they had a crisis in their life and they missed it. And, all of a sudden they find themselves 7 years later with the with an auction of the property. Those are the type of issues I'm thinking of. I don't know whether more advertisement or more public notices are the key to that. I think that it behooves us to try as much as possible to get those people to solve that problem, as opposed to having someone else buy it, and then it becomes an even bigger problem for them.
What I could do
Public
is,
service announcement.
I'm sorry. What I could do is remove the last owner's name from that property and put it out there. I mean, if that's a concern, I can remove that information. I don't have to have it on there.
Well, I mean, that really serves the purpose of letting people who do that kind of business know that it's available. It really doesn't let that person know it's my property or anything else. I mean, I'm trying to figure out a way to balance out the need or the desire that I have to make sure those people know their properties are going out to auction before it's too late, with the privacy issues and concerns that obviously apply to someone that knows that, but might not want somebody else to know that. And it's just difficult. I didn't think about it in those terms. I thought about it in terms of public notices, which is, to me, the word public meant it's out, and if you put it in on Channel 77 or if you put it in our Facebook account, I'm not really, I don't really think that's breaking any confidentiality issues with anyone because that information is already public. I mean, right now, anybody can search, through a search engine and probably find out this information anyway. It's just like I said, waiting, the need to really let these people know with the privacy issues that Supervisor McLeod brought forth. Find out for us, and maybe we can do something along the middle, like getting this information out without the names or something, so that we have more people be aware.
I'm
Okay.
good with that too, but.
Okay.
no.
Yes, it's good.
All right. Okay, that's it. I don't think we need to give you more direction. I think you've seen what we like to see. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion to approve the item as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I don't know why I get a move in a second. I look over to my left. It could be the same side. Okay, I'm just not thinking that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that on purpose. There's been a motion and a second to approve the item as presented. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dunia. Item number 6. It is to adopt budget amendment resolution number 19-53, increasing the budget authority for the Community Development Block Grant Fund number 2296 in the amount of $409,268. If the rest of the board members read that item, and I think they have, they would realize that we got an additional grant for $500,000 to do housing rehab through the Colonia process. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Nancy and I with County Administration, we did submit applications to the state of Arizona, and we were successful in being awarded $500,000 for the Colonia Avenue B and C area. So we'll be investing a little more money for housing rehab.
Okay, well, I didn't want to let the opportunity go by without letting you know how pleased I am, and I think the rest of the board should be about the success of your efforts to do this, every year that you get a chance to. And when somebody is successful, and you've been quite successful over the last few years in securing grants and subsidies, I think it should be recognized. So I took the opportunity, I hope you don't mind, to bring you forward and tell you how pleased I am, and I hope the rest of the board is about the success that you have achieved in getting this money over to Yuma County. I know that the people who will get the benefit of this assistance are going to be grateful for the rest of their lives, but sometimes just don't know how it happens. And I just want to make sure that publicly we acknowledge that it happens because of the hard work of people like you and your staff.
Thank you very much. I will let the staff know your appreciation.
All right. Anything else? Okay, I'll approve the item. I will ask for a motion to approve the item as listed.
So
Now, I didn't have to turn anyway. I got this like a stereo system now, at the same time now I need to define.
I'll make it a second.
Okay, so there's been a motion on this side, I think it's Supervisor Porches, and a second on this side, I think it's Supervisor McLeod. So there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? If no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes care of 18 items on the consent agenda, and it moves us into the regular discussion items. And I've been asked to change the sequence and actually move items, move the sequence of the items. So we won't take item number 1. We'll start with item number 3, I think. Wait a minute. Item number, it won't matter. Item number 3, which is the Department of Development Services Engineering Division. I think retiring county engineer wants to get out faster, probably. Discussion and possible action to select an alternative on the Somerton Avenue and County 11th Street intersection project, and authorize the county engineer to proceed with the final design documents and right-of-way acquisition on the selected alternative. This is the CIP number 1.1505. All right.
Chairman, board members, good morning. My name is Sami Ayoub, CIP manager with the Engineering Division. Here today to present to you the design concept alternatives we explored for the intersection of Somerton Avenue at County 11th. We've hired Brick Engineering to help us with this effort, and reps from the consultant side is here to address any technical questions you have.
Oh, technology problems.
Okay.
IT uses that strategy to let us, to get more money out of us. Like the technology doesn't work. We gotta have better one.
Yeah.
Point it back to the laptop.
Or up into the.
You have more experience with this?
He's retired. You can't ask him that anymore.
Needs batteries, huh?
Probably need some batteries. Sometimes
Yeah.
that's all the technology that.
Anyway, this is the slide that shows the project locations. Two offset T intersections. Main features, we have the irrigation canal, main drain, APS power. And also we have a couple of commercial sites and residences. We're tasked to evaluate the safety and the operation of those two offset intersections.
Next time have somebody at the computer, they can click it over. Yeah.
Trying to go through the presentation pretty quick here.
There you go.
Okay, this slide shows the information we collected as far as ADTs, current and future.
What's an ADT?
Average daily traffic.
I just want to,
Okay.
people who are listening may not know that. I know Supervisor McLeod does.
All right, my fault. So this just shows the ADTs and the growth of the ADTs in the area. Crash data, we have looked at 10 years of crash data. We have a total of 12 crashes, intersections, 14 of them, the speed-related nighttime crashes, there's several, but we've evaluated the crash data, and we looked at the warrants, if it's warranted improvements or not. Okay. The design alternatives we explored, 12 of them. We narrowed it down to 6 best alternatives. We have the short-term improvements. We called it a no-build scenario, minor improvements. And then we have a long-term improvements, which basically signalize the intersections or installing roundabouts. That's pretty much it, and realignments of County 11th and Somerton Avenue. Option A, the no-build minor improvements. Key features of that option is adjusting the profile of Somerton Avenue to improve the stopping sight distance and adding street lighting for better visibility, and then some dynamic speed feedback signs and other signage to improve alerting the drivers. We've utilized benefit cost analysis to evaluate the alternatives. In a nutshell, the benefit cost analysis is widely used, and it quantify the benefits and the cost, and then you have a relation. Basically, it's an equation of dividing benefits by costs, and it gives you a benefit cost ratio. Then you evaluate all the alternatives based on that ratio you develop for each alternative. Cost involves designing, planning, construction, maintenance, and operation. Benefits involves safety improvements, reducing crashes and damages, travel time, savings, reducing congestions, reducing emissions, and preserving energy sources, use of fuel, basically. This shows the option A, the no-build minor improvements. all the signage that we need to put in there, the street lighting, the pavement markings. The estimated cost for this option is about 600,000, 500, 600,000.
That's minus, right?
And the benefit cost for this option is 4.3. Basically, that's your return on your investment. Option B, signalizing both T intersections. Estimated total cost about 1.1 million, and the BC on that option is 1.7. And it is self-explanatory, installing 2 signals. Option C, realigning County 11th and then signalizing the intersection. As its own pluses and minuses. Cost about 2 million, and the benefit cost is 1.4. Similar to option C, but with this option we're installing roundabout. This is realigning County 11th and Somerton Avenue, and then signalizing the intersection. This is going to take basically 1 residence out. Option F, installing 2 roundabouts, and estimated cost is 2.5, benefit cost 1.2. So we've done some quantitative analysis on those options. As I said, we converted all the costs and benefits in term into dollars, present value. And then also we've calculated the net present value. And the higher the BC is, the better the option. As you can see, the option A, or the alternative A, the no-build minor improvements, is the best option, given the BC of 4.34. Next runner-up is the alternative B, signalizing both intersections, and so on and so forth. Basically, you have all the BCs, all the net present values. The highest benefits from this chart show that alternative D, realigning County 11 installing roundabout, that's the benefit of that is 3.5, but at the same time, the cost is 2.7, which is about the highest.
Before you move on, from this, wouldn't that be like normal? I mean, if you spend less money and you get some benefit, that's a little, it's a little distorted. Because, if you spend less money to solve a problem, it's going to have a benefit cost ratio that's higher. It just follows logic, doesn't it? So I guess what I'm getting at is, if we're going to make a decision on this, I guess you're telling us either you make a decision to do the least amount, to spend the least amount of money to get the most amount of benefit, which is to try to control what happens in there. Or if we spend a lot more money, we'll probably have a better solution, but it's not going to have a benefit cost ratio. You're actually giving us a choice between doing as little as possible to get the most benefit, or as much as possible to get the most benefit, but it's going to cost us more.
Correct. I mean, all alternatives, as you can see, they are above 1.0. That means they all achieve the same objective. Is improving safety, improving the operation of those intersections.
Just how we do it. Huh?
Okay, it's how we do it. So we want to spend, I guess, conserving funds.
That's going to be tough.
Would be the alternative A, achieves the objectives, and it gives you the benefits you're looking for. And that's a choice,
and we have to make,
you can move on to a different alternative. That's why we're here to get your input on it.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question on that. How to reduce the speed? How is that? How are you going to make
put a stop sign?
The what?
They're going to put a couple of stop signs.
No,
are you talking about the alternative A? Alternative A?
No.
Can you go back to that picture? It's really very
Alternative
clear.
A?
Yeah.
Put a radar type
They've got the
sign
radar,
underneath
speed
it
limit
that tells you
signs.
your
Those
actual
help.
speed.
No.
That's what they're looking at.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
Where the
They
check
don't
was
help
already
them.
laid.
There it is, right there.
I wanted to take more time to come to work.
So basically,
Yeah, there you go.
more pavement
Maybe
markings,
you'll-
more
I can
signage,
beat you.
street
It's a
lighting.
bunch of stuff. It's a bunch of low-cost stuff.
I mean, realistically.
Relatively.
Relatively.
I honestly don't think that, I mean, it doesn't help. As long, if there's not a sheriff park in some area, those signs, they'll see it one day and the next day they'll say, well, it's just there.
Well,
You know, it's-
here's how I see it. If we're not willing to spend over $2 million in making the improvement that easily will make this a quote, well-controlled intersection, the least we ought to do is to spend the $600,000 to see if this deals with the problem. I think that should be the, I mean, it's really difficult for me to see to put $2.7 million on an intersection that, as rural as this one is, because we could solve 4 different problems of this kind, with that much money. So I can see where, I can see Supervisor Porches that if we did, a $2.7 million realignment with, with roundabouts, we would probably deal with the problem a lot better than just simply a bunch of signs. But this is the kind of situation you face out in the county countless times.
So you're saying that we spend 600,000 right now and then 5 years later spend
No.
3 million?
No, because
It's not
if
gonna be
it
a
comes
waste.
back to.
No.
It's not gonna be a waste. This is additive, so all these things.
No,
we're
it's
doing-
going to improve the situation no
gonna
matter
improve the
what. I mean,
situation.
actually, the benefit cost ratio shows you it's going to improve it a lot
No,
more, a
the
lot
cost,
faster.
yeah, the benefit for the cost, but, I mean, we're talking about crashes or safety issues.
Well, this,
I mean, that is.
That's
that's
okay, it's an
what
argument.
I mean, that's the bottom line, safety. If it's not for safety, why are we even improving it, or why are we even spending money?
well, I think we're spending money no matter
I mean,
what.
but-
It's just how much
But
money
if
we're
it's not
spending.
for safety, why spend money?
It is for
It is
safety.
for safety. It is for safety,
It is for
but,
safety. It's just the
If I
solution.
might say, this is, you spend the money to get some benefits, okay, and then you monitor the situation there. If it's improved or the same, then that's another decision to make. And that's our intent. is
And I
to-
think his point is, if we're going to solve the problem, why waste our time and our money if we can solve it with, a higher cost solution and be done with it, et cetera. The problem is in a situation like us where we have a lot of these situations, in many different places that we have this type of situation, it seems to me that you have to weigh the benefit rate, the benefit of doing something as opposed to wanting to do everything that we can to do that. And I think right now that's what we face all the time, Supervisor Porches. We face this all the time because a lot of these intersections out in the county, out in the rural areas are like that. They're odd, they're shaped odd. So we kind of face a situation where we have to do something, but we may not be in a position to do the best alternative in terms of safety, but we do the best we can, given considering the circumstances and the amount of money we have to spend.
I mean, I understand your point, but, and I'm sure we don't interview the persons who have crashed, but just logically thinking, when you look at the improvement in that signage, just at a guess, at least half of those were probably people who were unfamiliar with how that intersection is constructed. And so having these improvements will greatly improve for drivers who are not familiar with that intersection. I'm sure people speed there all the time. This isn't going to slow them down for the people who live there and go through the intersection every day. But for somebody who's not familiar with it, these will be terrific improvements.
Not only that, but the liability that the county has in having an intersection that's already proven to be dangerous and not doing anything about it, it's already making us, have to do something about it. When you have 10, 11 crashes, I know 10 of them, the majority of them didn't involve an injury. One of them, I think, did. So we do have a safety issue. Why wait until something more serious happens? Why don't we just take some measures to reduce the liability and reduce the chance of this happening over and over again? And it's a situation we face all the time. It's just that, I wish the decision would be made more on, let's get it done once and not, deal with it maybe 5 years down the road. But you're asking us, basically you're asking us, what do you want to do? And these are the options. So is there anything else you want to add? I'm sorry.
My
Supervisor.
question is, what can we afford to do?
Well, I mean, like everything else, I think that once you go for the higher cost one, it makes it more difficult because you have to take from someplace else to be able to do it.
Where we could improve
We
safety
could improve
elsewhere.
safety, you know, in 4 or 5 different places. We are gonna improve safety in one. That's the bottom line. There's a definite amount of money set aside for these things, and obviously we like to spread it as much as we can on the rural areas. I think that's pretty much the choice we get.
And of course, if I may.
Next time, just bring in the one. The 4.31. Don't bring in the other ones. What's the point? No, I'm just kidding. You're doing your job. But obviously that presents a problem, especially with someone new like Supervisor Porcia's who comes in.
Not new to the board.
New
but
to the board, that's what I'm saying.
But I lived in this county for the longest
For a long
time, and I
time.
drive through there daily, and I see the traffic, and once, after November, you see, I mean, that traffic
Bonfires.
gets, I mean, especially at early in the morning when it's dark.
Yeah, it's bad.
But, and if you want to really talk about residents that live there, go south a little bit more, where the children are right next to the street,
Yeah.
waiting for the bus. That's the area where, that area doesn't have, houses there. So,
No.
one or two, but there no, the bus doesn't stop in that area.
That's right.
But
And I think
what I want to say is that when you do this kind of improvements, because I've seen them throughout other intersections, do you have any information or study if it really prevented, or how many accidents after that has happened?
Well, that's the intent, is after we do
No,
the.
but do you have any other information?
You
from
keep
oth-
track.
Yeah,
You keep
from,
track.
from other
Track of
intersections.
We do collect data semi-annually, right? So that information is being continuously collected. Every 6 months, we have new data on intersections.
like
If
to
they
see
got
that
worse,
I would like
got
to see that data.
better, that's kind of the.
Okay, okay,
And-
I get it, I get it. And I get it, and I shouldn't have pointed out to the fact that Supervisor Porteous always brings in the fact that, some of the decisions that were made in the past, actually ended up costing more to solve now, because I think that that's a point that it's a good point. I mean, it's a good point. Taken in the context of a large county as opposed to a small, urban area. And we're mayors. I was a mayor of San Luis. He was a mayor of Somerton. I mean, you do have a condensed area where, you have to deal with these issues. I think that it's an eye opener when you become a supervisor and you realize how many of these intersections and how many of these issues are throughout the county in the rural areas, that you start to realize that sometimes you face with a best option as opposed to an option that, provides some benefit. And I guess I can make that point better than to highlight the fact that he says that all the time. I will, I promise you, I'm gonna stop doing this soon, I hope, sooner than I. But the fact of the matter is that we make these choices continually as a supervisors. I mean, we have a limited amount of funds and we try to spread them as much as possible. And when you bring us options that are great, as opposed to just a good option, obviously the inclination for anyone that has the kind of experiences that Supervisor Porcius has had, with improvements, county improvements, it always brings this discussion. And so, I mean, that's why we're here, and that's why you bring us 4 or 5 options. And there should be respect for any of the positions that any of the supervisors take, simply because they come from their own life experiences, and that's his district, and he drives that. So,
And it's not my district.
it's not.
It's not my
It's not your
district,
district.
but I mean, that's.
It's whose?
It doesn't matter.
It's
whose
my district.
is.
Jesus
It
Christ.
doesn't matter whose district.
Let's move to option number 1. Let's move on. It's not his district.
The problem we
Yeah.
run into a lot of this is if you look at South County,
Yeah, they move.
there are a lot of
There are a
bad
lot of that.
intersections.
There are a lot of bad
in South
intersections.
County. You've got G and County 11th. You've got
You've got the white-
you've got County 11th and D, which we've addressed in the past. So it's not just this one, and it's just
Perennial.
finding that medium where we could cover the most with
Hey, but it's
the
in my
least we
district,
have.
man.
So
I'm fighting for your district. I'm fighting because I drive through it.
Stop fighting.
you guys switch seats.
Drive it all.
No, I just want to see if when we
Yeah, when we do it, we
do
pick-
improvements on an intersection,
We should
that-
keep track
that
of it.
data, keep it and see if it's working, because I mean, realistic, if you're gonna spend $600,000 and then
Have
some
the same
serious
amount.
accidents happen in the next 2 or 3 years, hopefully not, then we come back and we're gonna spend
Because we're gonna be
it's costing
forced to
right
spend.
now, it's gonna cost us like $4 million in 4 years. So.
That's because of the engineering fees and stuff.
Yeah, well, those
from the
engineers charge
consultants
a
we
lot.
hired and stuff.
But I just want to make sure that, and also the traffic, I mean, what was
The counts.
the counts?
The traffic counts, ADTs.
It goes up.
Goes up.
I
They're
mean,
going up. Yeah.
They're going up, so all those things, if it.
Should
I
have a
want-
bearing.
Yeah.
Should have a bearing on the decision.
So,
All right, well, you've given us the benefits, the estimated benefit ratio. You've given us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options.
Here's another slide if you want to look at that one too.
Thank
No,
you.
The one before.
Oh, no, we know what your recommendation is going to be. I already seen.
Qualitative, yeah. So we did some qualitative assessment of those options, and we used different criterias. The BC is one of them. So we looked at the right of way and adjacent to impact the adjacent properties, utility location, how the public would feel about the proposed improvements, and traffic impact during construction, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So
we get it.
we used a simplistic grading system: A favorable, B mostly favorable, C mostly unfavorable, and D unfavorable. And kind of we evaluated each option with using those criterias. Yeah, go ahead.
Why isn't cost in there? I mean, obviously that is a driver. I mean,
It's a criteria, one criteria.
it's
So we didn't want to base it on the decision based on.
no,
one
I'm saying
criteria.
when I look at that, a cost ratio, benefit cost ratio, is that what you mean?
Yes. That's the benefit cost ratio.
Okay.
I still had a comment.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's qualitatively, so we did it quantitatively and qualitatively, and it points to the same alternative, which is alternative A, and competing to that, alternative B.
Okay.
Staff recommendations to go with alternative A. And then we
And
monitor.
that last sentence there is what Supervisor Porches is referring to. Staff will monitor effectiveness of proposed improvements at both offset T intersections. That's going to be critical for us when we make these decisions in the future to see if the kind of improvements that we make with very
job or
little
not.
investment are really having a return in terms of, whether they're working or not. Because, it's important to not do this just based on cost, because at the end of the day, I know it's not based just on cost, but that's what it's going to look like when we finish. Okay.
one last question. On County 11, coming from the east, or better yet, the report on the accidents, is that just on the intersection right there?
We had approaches, crashes, and we had also the intersection itself crashes. So can you go back to slide 4? See some on the west or eastbound.
There you can see them in there, where the accidents have happened. They're pretty spread out.
When you notice, over 10 years, you've had 3 injury crashes.
No fatalities.
No fatalities, not as severe as you might think.
And
I
and
thought
really,
one, isn't it? One?
from a
injury
warrant
crash?
standpoint,
2 crashes in the intersection?
this is not, there's no warrant that, requires that we do improvements. This is really more like a capacity operation.
Looks like only 6 of them are intersection related.
Hmm?
Looks like only 6 of them are
Right.
actually intersection related. Everything else is approaches.
They just missed the curve. All right, okay, thank you very much. This is a lot of information. What do you want us to do now? You want us to pick one?
We recommend alternative A. If you concur, then that's what we're gonna do.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item A as recommended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to approve, to
Alternative
accept the recommendation of staff to go ahead with alternative A. Is there any discussion? Remember, we need to keep track of this stuff, okay? All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Aye.
That's a painful aye right there, I could tell.
Was that an aye or a nay?
That was
Nay,
a-
that was a nay.
That's a nay.
That was a nay, but.
It was an A, yeah.
All those
Nay.
opposed, say aye. All right, so the motion carries on a 4-1 vote, and I hope you prove him wrong.
I'm gonna continue to monitor and keep you up to date. And
I know he'd be happy to be proven wrong.
My nay is just, why
To
spend
make
money
the point,
now?
yeah.
In fact, you know,
Why spend the
Mr.
money?
Patterson
We spend more.
suggested that we keep the consultant on board to maybe check every 6 months and evaluate.
Yeah, you're gonna have to keep track of these
Yeah,
improvements,
so-
especially now, considering that we're going to be making this decision in the future. I like to have, some solid backing saying that whatever we're doing is improving the situation
Run
to
the
a
model,
point that
collect
it
data.
solves the problem, or at least tries to solve the problem in a way that's substantial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item is mine too.
I was afraid of that. Okay, the next item, item number 2, wasn't it? Item number 2. Engineering Division is discussion and possible action on the 1/8 of Interstate 8 North Frontage Road between Fortuna Road and Avenue 10E. Presentation and selection on the ultimate right-of-way acquisition options, and B, to authorize the county engineer to acquire the right-of-way for the selected option. All right, well, the floor is yours. I hope the technology helps.
All right, North Frontage Road has been approved, it's in the CIP, we're here. Back in February, we added bike lanes, so we rescoped the project. We've completed the 30% design, and we're looking at the right-of-way. That's the decision that we need to make, whether we should acquire the minimum right-of-way to build the 3 lanes, or we should acquire the ultimate right-of-way. And still build the 3 lanes, but the right-of-way would be much wider.
And Gene, I know Gene had his form up here, so I know I'll call upon you in the presentation. Go ahead.
This shows the project location. It's a 1 mile North Frontage Road from 10E to 11E. Since the project been rescoped and worked on, we updated the traffic analysis on this project. We looked at the design life, what we need to do. 3 lanes, monocollector roadway, requiring a center left turn lane. This would do us good till roughly 2032. Beyond the 2032, the model shows us that we need to go to 5 lanes, a minor arterial, with a center left turn lane to accommodate the future traffic beyond the 2032. The study was done by Southwest Traffic Engineering, and I have reps from the consultants here too to answer any questions you may have. Plan A, acquiring the minimum right-of-way now. This shows the typical section. This was been approved, already been approved. Minimum right-of-way take about 60, that's the minimum. So we may, in some locations, we need more than 60 feet. Estimated cost for the minimum right-of-way is about $1 million. And the improvements basically starts from the ADOT right-of-way and northward. Plan B, acquiring the full right-of-way to accommodate the future typical section. Minimum right-of-way required would be about 91 feet. The estimated cost for the full right-of-way would be $2.6 million. And this is the ultimate look of the typical section, the 5 lanes, the 212 for the North Frontage Road between 10E and 11E. So this is the costs for the 2 plans. Plan A, acquiring the minimum right-of-way. The total cost now is $4.4 million. Under Plan B, if we acquire the ultimate right-of-way, the cost would be $5.8 million. But in the future, when we add the 2 lanes, we would save money. The total cost of the project would be, for Plan A, would be 8.8 versus Plan B would be 7.0. So there's a potential for savings if we acquire the ultimate right-of-way now. Savings would be about $1.8 million.
Are you anticipating any problems acquiring the right-of-way? Are there structures in there that may have to be moved either way?
It's difficult now. It's going to get much more difficult in the future. Most of the area is improved, except a few lots between 11E and 10E. So it would be, and that's, I have that in the analysis too. So this is as far as dollar-wise, Plan A versus Plan B. So there'll be more cost now to acquire the ultimate right-of-way, but long run, big picture, we would save money if we acquired the ultimate right-of-way now.
Okay. Supervisor McLeod, hold on.
Yeah, if you go back to that
Go back.
slide.
Oh,
So when you're looking at design and construction on the top line there.
Right.
We're talking about getting the widening with the center turn lane and right-of-way acquisition would be 4391 or 5871. That includes the reconstruction with the center turn lane, with the future plan being additional 2.
Right.
That's correct? And we're,
Plan A only acquires 60 feet of right-of-way.
yes, I understand, but
Plan
that
B
builds
is-
the
The 3
center turn
lanes,
lane,
correct,
right?
correct.
Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Plan B acquires,
Acquires the ultimate right-of-way, which is 90 feet.
And that'll be built in, what,
After
15 years?
After 2032 would be, I mean, it would fail in 2037, but we need to start working on it.
We're looking
after
at 15 to 20
2032.
years.
Yeah,
To do the additional 2 lanes.
the ultimate, yes.
Okay. Supervisor Simmons?
Just had a question. The only place we can buy the right-of-way is to going north.
Right.
Because of the state right-of-way fence there.
Right.
Where does it affect the RV lots that are through there with their walls and other things? I mean, how close are we getting buying right-of-way? Are we gonna have
It
to
impacts the
buy?
RV lots. It
Hmm?
does.
You're
It does
gonna go right
impact the
into
RV lots.
So we would end up having to buy pretty much the RV lots
Adjacent to the road.
adjacent to the roadway and move that wall back.
Correct.
some of it is solar panels, some of it
Mhm.
is RVs, and all of those walls, yeah.
And you've got a few residences too there, I think, that are right close to.
Yeah, they would have to be relocated as well,
I have another question.
Sure. Supervisor McLeod?
either way.
So when we're talking about acquiring those lots, if we acquired them, would the current residents be displaced right away, or would they be able to remain until such time as we were going to build out in 15
We're buying
years?
the right of way.
How does that work?
Oh, I see.
We're buying the right of way. I don't, the people can't live on county right of way.
Yeah, if we acquire it as ours,
They have to move out.
I don't know if,
When we do it,
do we lease it back? I don't know if that's something.
That's what I'm asking. I mean,
You
is that
know,
an alternative? Because that would probably be desirable.
Anna's from our right-of-way acquisition, or Kevin.
I apologize, I don't.
come up, come up.
She's with our right of way.
We don't have the ability to zoom cameras in.
Chairman, my name is Anna Navejar, Senior Right-of-Way Agent. That would all depend on how the project would proceed now. If you were building the edge of curb all the way to where it should be, then we would remove the lots with the solar panels and the property owner's relocation, yes.
So it depends on the speed that we want to purchase the right of way. But would we have to purchase the right of way now to make sure that, for example, if we were going to do a 60-foot, right of way, roadway, what goes in there, but the ultimate plan was to widen it, wouldn't that have to be centered? Wouldn't that matter? I mean, because you couldn't
Yeah.
just,
One thing I need to point out, if we acquire the ultimate right-of-way, we're gonna be building the ultimate section from the northern
Mhm.
right-of-way,
Mhm.
going south.
Mhm.
So the last 2 lanes that we build in the future will be on the southern part of the project,
which is where,
abutting the ADOT right-of-way. So basically, if we acquire the ultimate right-of-way, it's gonna impact pretty much everyone.
All 90.
right of way.
Right-of-way.
Wait a minute. Please clarify that. You mean if we acquire all the right-of-way now, you're going to build
From
only on the north
Northern.
side?
On the north, from the
Yes.
north going south.
I don't know why.
But, yeah.
What about the existing roads? What
What
happens
happens
to
to you?
those?
Yeah.
Or
Or are you just going to add 1 lane on the north side to make it 3? How does that work?
That's not.
You get the
gonna
whole
be what-
team
I-
up
That's
here.
what I visualize.
Yeah, that's fine. There is a purpose for doing it that way. It would be much easier to add the 2 lanes in the future than building it from the ADOT going north. So if we build a section,
There we go.
I still don't get it.
I, I get it, but I don't understand why.
Yeah, this is.
I understand it, what you mean, and we know that location, you just don't understand why you want to be in the
On
south.
the north, yeah.
Be adding the other lane in the future would have less, it'd be
Oh,
much
it's
easier
the-
to do.
it's
Less
the
interruption to
elevations.
traffic.
No,
Plus,
but-
it adds, it pretty much, it defines the access points too, from this point on, for the properties on the north side. So there are some pluses for doing it that way.
I'm really sorry to be dense, but I don't get it. Okay, let me just start over.
This
We
is
have
the
an
first.
existing.
You get- I want the record to note that.
It's the first time
Really
I've
sorry
been
to be so
clueless.
dense. I want that on the record.
Oh, it's not the first time. So you have an existing roadway, okay? So let's just assume that all of a sudden tomorrow we had all the right-of-way we needed for the next 40 years, okay? We're going to take that 2-lane roadway and create a 3-lane, which is a center turning lane and 2 through lanes, correct? Okay. If we were going to do that tomorrow, where would the asphalt be laid and in what manner? In my mind, we would lay 1 lane on the north side, turning it into a 3-lane. What I think I'm hearing from you is you're going to build a brand new road, 3 lanes on the north side.
Yes.
That's where I'm confused. Is that what you're talking about? And then what would you do with the other 2?
Preserving the existing pavement.
What are you gonna do with the existing payment
What?
and why aren't
No,
you
no,
using
no.
it? Yeah.
What are you going to add? If you were doing it tomorrow and I was out there, what would I see being laid down in asphalt? How many lanes and
Would be this.
well, that, I'm not an engineer. That means nothing to me.
It means 3 lanes, still 3 lanes.
So you're going to lay 3 brand new lanes on the north side.
On the north side.
What happens to the existing roadway?
It remains.
Any of it remains, then that will be removed. So this will be anything remaining.
You're talking
from-
the road.
Yeah,
You're
pretty
talking
much.
right
He
now.
said, no, because we're gonna redo the profile and everything. Correct.
Yeah, you're gonna take out the road that exists right now, create a new elevation, and run it from the middle down the other way. That's why you have to do it this way.
Okay, so
Because
let
of-
me start over
you
from a
can't.
simple man's point of view.
And why?
We have the existing roadway. Tomorrow we have all the property we need for 40 years,
The
right?
elevation, the ground.
So you're going to build, if I understand right, if I got there, you'll build 3 lanes right down the smack middle of all that total right of way?
Not of the 90, of the 60, yes.
Man,
but
As
not of the
far
90.
north as possible.
Yeah,
As
see the
far
crown of the
north
road,
as
you gotta
possible.
explain that the crown of the road is going to be the highest point, and that has
of
to
course,
be
that's
in
all.
the middle of the right of way. Otherwise, you end up tearing
you
up
still don't get it.
the slip.
The
on
road's still gonna
Oh,
be there,
I
but
see.
it's, with
It's
new
gonna be
pavement.
Yeah, the whole thing is
So
gonna be
that-
new pavement. And
Yeah.
it's, the crown is going to be almost at the edge of the
You're gonna
90.
Profile the entire road.
I got it.
Basically, existing pavement is gone.
It's gone.
So,
Yeah, but
excuse me,
really,
Mr.
it's still
Chair,
not-
so.
Sure. Provide
So
some
what
type
it
of-
is the 2 lanes that exist now, the far north side of those 2 lanes will be kind of right in the middle of the new one, so that it'll go up in the middle. Is that correct?
No.
No.
That's not
See, look
true.
at that. The
I
crown
see
of that,
that
the
it's-
crown
that
of
it's
that
going to
road
do that,
is-
yeah,
the
but-
crown of that road is almost to the edge of that. And that means that the
Mhm.
46.5-foot roadway will be slanting towards or downgrading towards the right of way that we just purchased on the 90-foot wide. Because if not, then you have to tear it again to create that crown going the other way, going the north to the south side. It's-
Supervisors, Kevin
No,
Burge,
I'm
Corps
still not
Engineering
there.
Group. If you-
Mhm,
If I could
I am.
add a few things that would
Sure.
perhaps clarify it for you. What we are proposing, just to reiterate the points, and I'll get into the reasoning, is shifting your roadway to the north, because you are saving cost long run in acquisition of right-of-way. There's also, if I could add, some demolition costs you're going to save long-term. If you go back 1 slide.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
If we were to do this version now with the roadway essentially butting up against ADOT right-of-way,
Mhm.
later on, what you're going to have to do is go through and demo a small portion of the asphalt, driveways, sidewalk, curb and gutter,
Yeah.
rebuild it.
I get
Oh.
that.
So possibly reprofile it. We are looking to minimize that. But bottom line is, by doing that, you're saving that cost long run, and that is where we're giving you a present value now, so you can see the benefit long term.
Okay, let me try again. I'm really sorry. So,
It's the
everything's
density of the
wonderful.
land.
Tomorrow we have all the right of way we need, and we're gonna construct this road, right? Are we constructing the roadway all the way to the north where the sidewalk is on the northern boundary? Roadway is 3 lanes south of that, is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, and then in the future, when you add 2 lanes, you'll be adding 2 lanes on the south side?
Correct.
Okay, and so can you go back to the elevation, the picture you tried to show me? That one?
See where the crown is?
Okay. So the crown is pretty much offset.
Right, that's all
Right?
fixed, all preserved.
Mm-hmm.
Then
That's
you
for-
would be just building this.
Oh, wow, I could be an engineer now. Cool. Now I
That's
understand.
why, that's why it's so dense.
So,
I finally understand. Thank you.
I do too now.
Mr. Chairman,
And that's why the savings, that's what makes the savings happen. Otherwise, it won't.
In 2030,
Okay,
That
Supervisor
all
Simmons,
remains, and we're
let me
gonna
wait
leave
till the
2
dense
lanes on.
member of the board here stops.
Then you
I got there.
And then you have to do some surface roads later on. Go
You
ahead.
people on the right never stop, do you? Supervisor Simmons
Oh,
wants to
man.
say
I
something
know
for a
that
while.
I just
Supervisor
want to add
Simmons wants to make
additional clarification. So if we choose the project now that we're wanting to go with, we're gonna buy all the right of way and move the walls and people's property before we start with this project.
Yes.
That's, if you choose that 90-foot right away, that's what's
We
gonna
choose the 90-foot right of way.
Yeah.
So that'll.
Now, let me, oh, sorry, Supervisor.
No, I just want to clarify, that's what we're looking at.
So,
We're
and
gonna
let
have to
me,
do
and let me
that
make,
too.
or try to get this clear in my mind. I'm not as dense as Supervisor McLeod, but, I still need some clarification here. Both of those designs have bike lanes on it, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so the Gene knows this. We're not talking about removing the dents. Gene, both of those options have bike lanes on it.
We don't want.
Okay,
them
just,
to-
and they're the same width on both of them. Okay, so
Okay.
so that
That's cute.
60-foot right away will have a 3-lane road,
Given.
bike lanes, and sidewalk. Is it going to have a sidewalk on the south side?
On the
Right?
one side.
North
on
side.
the north side.
Okay, I just wanted it.
I
So
have one
there's
more
no.
question.
That's right. Okay, thank you. One more question.
How much will we save if we eliminate the bike lanes?
Oh,
He's serious. Go ahead.
No.
No,
Well,
good.
decision was made, I guess.
I'm kidding.
Look, don't even get into that.
Don't
This
get
will
me
increase the
started.
time we spend on this item by 50%. So
I have just one more question. Have we talked to any of the property owners through there yet?
Oh, do they know?
We
not
have,
gonna
because
happen.
of the old project, we have approached some of the property owners of doing the, we were gonna build it without the bike lanes. So we started that process, but we did not.
you didn't tell them
accomplish
they
a
were
lot
going
of
to
it
move
yet.
them.
We haven't actually contacted them, told them this is what we're actually looking at if we go with this proposal.
Once you approve, then that's what we're gonna do.
That's your
Have a
district,
public
huh,
outreach
Darren?
to,
Yeah.
that's in District 3.
Well, okay, so, this is one of those, again, decisions where you think long-term or you think short-term. And,
Wait.
I mean, anytime somebody tells me there's right-of-way issues, I think of the extension of Avenue B going from 14 to 19 or something like that. And, how long you've had, get moved those, equipment that was placed in there by both the irrigation district and APS. And right-of-way acquisition, if you think it's going to take you a year, it'll take you 3. If you think it's going to take you 3, it'll take you 6. If you think it's going to be 5, it'll take you 10 years. It's one of those issues where one property owner can make you go to court, and get involved in a lot of condemnation procedures and stuff. So the other question that comes to mind is, if we were to do the 60-foot right now, is the right-of-way already in the process of being acquired? Will it impact any other?
Everything's on hold.
Everything? Okay, but is the 60-foot right-of-way still going to make us change are we still going to go into people's properties, actual physical properties?
We're gonna go
It won't be that far, but it will
Won't be
still
as-
be in?
Right.
So it's a
Impacted,
fight
but
we're
not
going to
as-
have anyway.
That's one of the things on this qualitative assessment is doing it, with the Plan B, it prevent us from going to the same property owner twice.
Yes.
You know.
gonna be hard.
Oh, yeah,
that's-
but it
that's
may
a
be,
plus.
but it may be that you're taking 15 feet as opposed to taking the whole property, though. I mean, there's a difference there. I mean, if you're taking 10 feet of somebody's property, they
Yeah.
may be willing to part ways with it for the improvement that it's going to be.
That's- yeah.
To help clarify that,
with either alternatives,
We're gonna
as
go
an
get right away.
example, we're touching those RV parks. And if you're touching them 7 feet or you're touching them 15 feet, you're taking that whole RV space.
Yes, you are.
So,
That to me is
and
important.
I neglected to mention earlier, another benefit of doing Plan B is it's actually be a lot easier to build because you can actually maintain the existing road there and use that to travel and build to the north. So there are some construction benefits that are figured into this.
Look, I think all five of us understand the benefits of Plan B. It's just getting to the point where we deal with the cost and deal with the disruption that we're going to create by doing this. I think that's where we're stuck. I mean, it's a multi-million-dollar project. Maybe we can save some money taking the bike lanes out so we can buy some more right away. But no, it's not an option we will consider. Gene, it's fine.
Why?
I don't know, but I don't think we have the votes here. I was just kidding. How soon can you get going with this, and what's your time frame? It's basically a better question. What's your time frame? Do you have a
You
time
said
frame?
it, if right away is gonna take longer than
Are we looking at what, 5 years?
total project time?
Mhm.
Yeah, 4 years.
Oh, okay. All right, Gene, Mr. Simmons, you may still be here, but who knows?
Well, like I said, I'm just kind of concerned with,
Been
you know,
working on
one, the
having
property
EVs
owners.
ago? Yeah,
But
5 years.
two, I know when we did the widening on 40th Street, we bought several properties, and we're still sitting on those several properties trying to get rid of them. You know.
All right, okay. Is this the last slide in the presentation, the color one?
I think so. The next slide would be the
The
staff
recommendation?
recommendation.
Which
Yeah.
I'm sure we can't figure it out. Right? By
But
the
I
A's and the
wanna
B's.
highlight
This is
couple
like
of-
going to school. You got A's and B's on one side, you got C's and D's on the other side. Which side is better? Okay, go on and give us your recommendation.
Yeah.
So we can move on to Gene.
So the recommendation is to go with the Plan B.
Okay.
Applying the full right away now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. I'm opening this to the public because it's one of those big issues for that area. And Gina, you still want to come up, knowing that you're winning? Remember what I have always said, quit while you're ahead.
Don't talk if you don't need to.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Gene Dalby, 1183 West 37th Street. Thank you. I think that welcome to the growing pains of a good, outstanding community that we're building. And I think this is a sign of your endeavors to do the best with what you can, make great progress, and I'm in favor of Plan B. Thank you.
Right.
Plan B. What was Plan B? All right, then, you guys, have heard the presentation. You know what the plans are, and I guess we've talked about the impact and, the savings over the long term and the difficulties that we're going to be facing. I think we've got enough information to make an informed decision. I'm not sure, exactly what that means at this particular point, but is there a motion to this, to either approve or, the comment?
Yeah, just a comment or and a question. I mean, because I saw the numbers of, the cost. And when I hear, 4 or 5 years,
I know.
is that number still gonna be the same?
Is it done on today's numbers or?
Present value. Mhm.
So it's not that, it's guaranteed.
It's an
that
estimate.
not.
It's an estimate.
It's
Present
an
value.
estimate.
Mhm, it's an estimate.
And the estimate of right away, is it based on current property values too?
We had some inflation
Okay,
built in.
so it's
there,
not
too.
totally all today's values. You did
We
put some
brought it to the
inflationary,
present value.
you plugged in some inflationary numbers
just
to
got it.
keep up with the times, right? So it isn't today's, it's been plugged in. It's today's, but with an inflationary number in it. To try to make it as close as possible to reality.
Estimate.
Because it really, today's numbers won't be the same 5 years from now.
I'm just.
Yeah, you got it, I got it, yeah. You made the point. The point is, look, guys, don't give us, today's numbers if you think that 5 years from now they're gonna be higher. Give us, a more accurate depiction of what that would cost. That was the question. And your answer was yes.
Yeah, and I can just see it, even if I'm not here, I can just see it, having an engineer from staff, from the county for another project and cutting it to add to this one, to make it because of the cost that went up higher. So I just, that's something to keep in mind. I can just see it, especially 5 years from the road. And I don't think it's gonna take 5 years. Honestly, it's probably gonna take longer than that.
Just to acquire it.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, some of us old timers, don't think in terms of 5 years anymore. So,
Optimistically.
okay. Oh, you have the recommendation from staff. Is there a motion to either approve or disapprove, or it's a plan A or plan B? It's not approve or disapprove. Just pick a plan, right? The recommendation is plan B. Do I hear a motion to go ahead and approve the recommendation of staff?
Mr. Chairman, that would be my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second to approve following this particular project under Plan B. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Just want to add something if I could, Mr. Chairman. I know that area, we're taking some property and stuff along the right of way. But I also hear a lot of people complaining of the congestion along that road as well. Because, like I said, there's not a lot of areas of travel to get between the foothills and town. So, you got to weigh the benefits of both, and, being able to put eventually 2 lanes of traffic east, 2 lanes west, with that center turn lane, it's going to help the traffic flow throughout the area, so.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's the old axiom about progress, right? It's painful when it's happening, but, the only constant in life is change, and there will be some change in that area. And, it's be wise for us to adapt to it and react to it sooner as opposed to later. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Nobody said no. I moved really quickly there, but.
Who was the
Oh,
second?
wait a minute. You were the
What
first.
was the motion? Who was the second?
Darren.
Mr. Simmons? Supervisor Simmons? Did I practice that? Supervisor Simmons was the second, and the motion carried unanimously. Thank you guys for all the work and
Oh,
effort,
one
okay?
thing too.
That
when
excludes Nichols, though.
When you go door to door, your right-of-way agent, just give them Supervisor Porteous' phone number.
Yeah.
That was a low blow.
They can come and talk to me. I'll tell them how much we're gonna sell it for.
All right. Let's move on to the next one. The next one is item number 1. I'm going to move back to item number 1 and allow Mrs. Black to have a chance.
Yep.
This one is pursuant to Arizona revised statutes.
Well, we're clearing them out.
We're conducting a public hearing to receive public comment regarding resolution number 2018-35 describing the powers and duties of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, rescinding resolution number 97-78, paragraph 7, section P and R 3, and rescinding resolution number 98-61 in its entirety. And item B would be discussion and possible action to adopt and authorize the chairman to sign resolution number 2018-35, formally adopting the powers and duties of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, and rescinding resolution number 97-78, paragraph 7, section PR3, and rescinding resolution number 98-61 in its entirety. The first one was where we describe it for the public hearing, and the second one is where we describe it for our decision. It's basically technically the same thing. But I am going to open it to staff, Josh. So the floor is yours.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Josh Scott, Public Works Director. Just a quick introduction on this. State statute does require that prior to adopting, amending, or repealing any rule for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, that a public hearing be held. Notice of this hearing was published in the Yuma Sun on October 15th, so we're good there. And the resolution before you does a couple of things. There are 2 older resolutions out there that Chairman Reyes just read off, and there's some language in those resolutions that expands the power of the commission beyond the statute and starts to encroach on the powers and duties of the board. So this new resolution cleans that up. And then also the proposed resolution recognizes the board's desire to provide parks and recreational opportunities while minimizing the expenditure of county funds by partnering with those nonprofit agencies that are out there.
Just as a point of reference, if you look at the resolutions 97, 78, 98, 61, that means to me that we dealt with this period 10 years ago, basically. And at the time, I can tell you right now, I mean, I think there's a board member here. Were you elected in 98?
That was 20 years ago.
No, that was 20 years ago, wasn't it?
We had a parks director when I came on, though.
Oh, that's right. Okay, well, I can tell you right now that the Parks and Recreation Commission and Parks and Recreation as an issue has been in front of the board a few times since I've been here. I've been here the 20 years, actually. And it's always been a matter of whether the board feels that that's one of the activities that the statute mandates we do, or whether it's a choice that we have. And I think that at the end of the day, at least the advice that we got before was that it wasn't a mandated service we had to provide, that it's a choice that a board makes to do something like this. And it's always been a struggle to get enough support in the board to create something that would mean that we have to allocate funds to a project that is not mandated. And that, I think, has been the cause why it's been a stop and go situation, because when things were good financially, I guess we felt a little more comfortable with creating and actually supporting a Parks and Recreation Commission that would have the authority to do, to commit us to do something, to spend money on something, because that's the thing that I like to avoid. It's the expectations that come with having a Parks and Recreation Commissions are that we will do something with whatever recommendations they make. And that is what I think the board needs to consider. You don't want to create an expectation that you may not want to or be able to follow up, because a lot of this is going to be identifying different areas, identifying different projects that are going to need support. And normally the support they're going to need is financial support. Whether we, acknowledge that up front or not, it's, a decision that the board needs to make. I've always leaned towards having one myself, and I've always thought that that was something that we should do as a county. As a matter of fact, in the past, I even tried to target some CDBG funds to provide some opportunities for recreation in some areas that didn't have any. They haven't worked out well because we don't really follow up on it. I mean, we have this tendency to say, well, we'll give you the money to do whatever you want to do, but we won't be able to upkeep or maintain that. And without that follow-up, most of these projects happen and then sort of slowly went away. So that was it. That was my opening and closing statements. Thank you. We're going to open it to the public and see if there's anybody in the public that wants to address the board. I do have a speaker form. It's from Gabby Black from MCAS Yuma. And Gabby,
No,
do
that's
you?
the wrong one.
No,
wrong one.
That's the
Oh, it's a planning and, I even write down planning and zoning in there. I need more coffee. Hold on. I was surprised, a little surprised that you wanted to talk about, Parks and Recreation, but I didn't stop long enough. Ma'am, your name and.
Hi, Board. My name is Linda Elliott, and I need a park. I need a park.
And you're from where?
I
You have to give us-
started a committee 2.5 years ago trying to get a park. And I have a significant other that is stage 4 cancer. And as a caretaker, you need a break once in a while. So I asked, where's the park? There is no park.
Ma'am, excuse me, where do you live? What area do you live in?
Foothills.
The foothills. Okay.
Mhm. And I ended up in a parking lot with all the cars going by. So there was no solitude and there was nowhere to go. Also, baby boomers are dying due to age, illness, and we have more families moving in. And I also noticed we have more vandalism, crime is going up in that area. And the kids need something to do. We need a park. I am begging you. We need a park. So please consider it. Darren has been working with me. We were going to go and try to get a bunch of donations. Anything we can do to get a park. Every community deserves a park. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, and that's a common thread, especially in some of the unincorporated areas that are further away from the urban areas. Mayor left, so we can talk about him building all this stuff. And,
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
I had some questions on this.
On Josh?
Resolution, Josh.
And remember, this is open to the public until we close the public hearing. So if you hear something, you want to say something, just raise your hand or come forward. Go ahead, Supervisor McLeod.
In the resolutions that are being rescinded through the proposed resolution 2018-35, there was verbiage in there that put the park under the auspices of Public Works. It also outlined what I considered excessive requirements on Public Works to report back to the board. But I don't see in here in this resolution anything that clarifies that the parks would be under the auspices of Public Works, or I may have missed it. I don't see that, and I think that might be an important piece to put in there so it clarifies who has ultimate responsibility.
There is only one section of Resolution 9778 that is being rescinded as part of the current.
There's only one section.
Yeah, it's the PNR 3, which enumerates the powers and duties of the commission. The rest stays intact. So.
And that's on resolution which?
That was
9778?
9778, correct.
Okay, 9861 goes away then, right?
Yes.
That was the one that had the excessive requirements on Public Works, in my opinion.
Yes, all the reporting and.
Okay, so then 9778 then clarifies.
9778, I don't believe it specifically states that it be managed by Public Works, but.
Yeah, it was 9861 that did that, if I remember correctly.
That one, yeah, specifically said it will be a department.
So we don't currently, if we were to adopt this, we still don't have that verbiage in there. And I think we probably should, shouldn't we? Or is there some reason to leave it open-ended?
Well, my suggestion would be, the county administrator can assign whatever department head she wishes to manage the Parks and Recreation program. So
It does.
provides
There
some
is a clause.
flexibility if.
Mhm. No, I said there is a clause on the new resolution, I think it's H, where it says the Park and Recreation Commission in the performance of its duties may request through the director of the Parks and Recreation Department information from other county departments and agencies in relation to its work. So I suppose to me that meant that somebody would have to be appointed, the director of Parks and Recreation. It actually talks about a department. Those are the issues that I brought forth initially, that creating the commission, it's a step, but the actual management and the actual, every, day to day or week to week or month to month management of this will have to be assigned to someone that actually works for the county and, is paid by the county, and it would have to basically, technically, probably create a county department of Parks and Recreation. How would you not think that when you have the director of Parks and Recreation Department in a resolution?
What are you talking about?
That's 2018-35. H.
Then H.
Go to H. Okay, and if you look at H, to me, that indicates to me that there will be a recreation department, Parks and Recreation, and that there will be a director of that department.
Well, that's where my point is.
Is it the department, is it one more of your duties? Is it Public Works? Is it, DDS? Is it, who's going to be assigned the task?
Maggie.
I vote for Maggie.
What I would suggest, that we actually amend that language to be a department as designated by the county administrator. And that way it can move if needed, and we don't have to create another department, because I think that's not what the idea is to create another department. We don't want to set expectations, and we need to manage expectations, because the rest of the resolution really talks about keeping the expense to the county low by partnering with other organizations, by doing things that are most efficient. We don't need to create another department, because that adds more expense.
Okay.
So I agree with that.
Okay. So that, again, the creation of expectations, I think it's naive of us to think we're not going to create expectations by creating a commission. I mean, obviously, the lady that was here a minute ago has expectations. And I'm sure that, she's thinking, okay, if a commission is set up and if the county decides to go into this type of activities, there will be some improvements made, whether it's in conjunction with other nonprofits or whether it's in, that opens that door. But at some particular point in time, some money is going to have to be spent, and some time is going to have to be spent by someone in the county. And the interesting part is which department or which county official or which, where is that going to be focused? Because let me just make it clear that I think that it's easy for me to see that the advisory commission, just by the name, the Recreation Advisory Commission, the Parks and Recreation, it's an advisory commission. Technically it's like a planning and zoning commission. They recommend and the board makes that decision. I understand that part of the process. But even in planning and zoning, we have a department that handles most of this stuff. A commission is not going to, it's very difficult for me to see how a commission runs itself. Okay, how it posts meeting dates, how it has meeting place, how it does all these things without someone from the county, some department head or some assigned individual from the county is assigned the task of technically managing the affairs of the commission. Okay, so to me, that was the only question I had is, okay, he was sort of tailgating on his question about, is the Public Works Department director going to handle this? Is DDS, is Maggie going to handle this? Or someone, or Rachel going to handle this? They're the ones here right now. We can talk about the ones that aren't here, it's easier, but the ones that are here, is the thought process at that stage yet? Or is it in the process of creating the commission and then we'll deal with that? Because at the end of the day, the decision will be made by us.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, yes, I'd like to clarify that to your point. We're here today because we desire, Supervisor Simmons has been trying to get a park built in the foothills.
Right.
So to clarify for the public, why we're doing this today is because we cannot proceed with building that park without a Parks Commission. It is required of the county to create this Parks Commission by statute before we can make a park. So I want to clarify, we're not suddenly starting a Parks and Recreation so that we can put parks all over the county. We're doing what we have to do to meet the requests of the citizens who live in the foothills to put a park in. We can't do that without this commission.
That's right.
That's why it's being formed. So I want to limit the expectations.
Yeah, but I do want to make it clear that it's not just for a park in the foothills. It could be a park in Dayland, for all, Dayland is not maybe not a good example. But it could be South County, exactly. It could be the Mesa area, the Orange Grove area. It could be any unincorporated area of the county. I'm not doing this just simply because it's the foothills that needs a park. There are needs for recreational locations. We talked about preserves at one point in time, right? Nature preserves that didn't require us to maintain them that much, that that could be opened up. You're talking about a trail, for example. You mentioned that. There are possibilities that cannot happen without the commission being in place. I get that, right? And I don't want to create an undue expectation that we will create a Parks and Recreation Department, even though I don't see any other, I see what we're doing right now as a step in the right direction, but it's not going to be, if that's the only step we're going to take, create a Parks and Recreation Commission, I tell you what, if I was a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission and I was told that all we wanted to do was recommend things that the County Board of Supervisors are going to look at and said, oh, well, no, we don't want to spend any money on it, I'd be a little disappointed because I think the commission and the general public expects, certain things to happen. We just want to make clear that at this particular time, that is not essentially, I think, what some of the board members are thinking of.
Well, Mr. Chairman, too, from the way I understand it, is without the commission, having the commission opens it up to where we can apply for grants and other funding to get this stuff to happen, where it's not coming back on the county to have to come up with these funds. It just allows it to open up where we can go outside the county to get money, to get these type things done.
And that's the reason why I mentioned.
Can't get grants without the commission.
That's right. And that's the reason I said, okay, look, that's okay. But the way this, resolution reads, it looks to me like just by the resolution itself, there's an expectation we're creating a director of Parks and Recreation, that we're creating a department.
So I would suggest that you revise that, either to say the Public Works Department or a department as designated by the county administrator, not name it. de facto, right now, we have a parks division within Public Works. Because if something goes wrong with the park, we have like, I don't know, $500 or some small amount to go fix whatever that is, or at least try to do some kind of. So we actually do have a parks division within Public Works Department. So I think that in and of itself, because it shrunk, and the parks, it used to be a Parks and Recreation Department. It went away, and the only remaining piece of that is in Public Works as a parks division, but it's very small.
And you know
So-
what it, you know what it deals with?
In and of itself, in essence, in my opinion, makes the Public Works Department the Ottawa County Department to have.
All right, before I let you speak, which never works anyway, but the Parks Division, as we call it there, really normally deals with retention basin maintenance. And there's no park that we have per se that has like swings and stuff like that. We have retention basins. Do we have a park that can be technically said to be a park?
Gadsden Park, yes.
Oh, the Gadsden Park. It's in my district, that's why.
There's one out in Dayton,
There's also one in
But
Tacna,
Kiwanis
yes.
maintain that.
Well, okay, but we don't. I mean, the Gadsden Park is supposed to be under the guises of Louis Garadias and his group, or the school district there. That was the understanding we used to have. And the Kiwanis, you know, it's under the guise and protection of the club. So I didn't realize, you know, that we even call something a parks department, a parks division.
That's fine.
All right, look, I'm not gonna tie it up on all this technicalities, okay? What do you need?
Okay. In following the discussion here, I'd move that we amend paragraph H in resolution 2018-35, striking the words Director of the Parks and Recreation Department and replacing it with the Director of Public Works or his or her designee.
Right. This motion's a little early, you know, but, I mean, it may help us through the public discussion if that's clarified right at this point. But for this, we need to approve the resolution.
No, we need to amend
so-
it, then approve it.
All right, well, so there's an amendment to, there's a motion to amend the current resolution. Is there a second to this? We'll discuss.
second.
All right, okay. There's a motion and a second. Did you get that? There's all right? Made a motion? And
Yes.
Supervisor Simmons second the motion. We want to make him responsible for all the, you know, whatever outcomes of this is. So there's an amendment on the floor. Is there any discussion on the amendment? No? All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. So, all right. So now we have an amended resolution, but we're still in the public discussion. And I think that we touched upon, you know, expectations. We touched upon some of those issues that may come up. We touched upon the purpose of the Parks and Recreation and the duties of the Parks and Recreation Department. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anyone in the public, Josh, thank you. Is there anyone in the public that wants to address the board before I close the public hearing? We took your comments, ma'am. Anybody else? No? Then I'm bringing it back to the board for their decision. We have an amended resolution. Actually, we have 2 or 3 things to do. One of them is to, you know, sign the resolution, adopt and authorize the chairman to sign the amended resolution 2018-35 to formally adopt the powers and duties of the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission and rescinds resolution 97.70 or /78 and 98/61 in its entirety. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I should have let him second the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Go ahead.
could have said, you know, it's just the Republicans doing this.
No. Oh, very funny.
That's how come I did it.
It's election day.
Hey.
Well, this is a bipartisan resolution to this issue. You know,
Yes,
we had
it
to,
is.
you know, one
There we
Republican
go.
making the motion and a Democrat second in the motion. This is how it should work, people.
That's exactly.
There's a motion and a second to do this. All, any discussion? No? All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
I would have liked both of them to make that motion a second. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that takes care of this item. Thank you very much for your patience.
One more
And-
comment real quick.
I want to park in Somerton, in South County.
Can I make one more comment real quick,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman? I just want to thank Linda. Didn't know it. She's one of my appointees for the commission
Well, that's right. I forgot to ask if anybody here
today
is an
here.
appointee of
So
the commission.
I
Is there
just want to
anybody
thank
else?
her for all of her hard work.
Is there any other appointee here? Well, then you get all the thanks from all of us, just to you. The other ones, well, they're gonna have to get it all the
I'm
time.
sure mine would have been too if I.
Yeah. Okay, now we have a dreaded PowerPoint presentation coming up. No, I'm just kidding. This is the county attorney to authorize and adopt the amendment of Yuma County Improvement District Resolution of Intention number 2017-13, which is a Prado State, dated July 17, 2017, to provide for a district general obligation to cover contingencies with respect to the work described in the resolution of intention in an amount not to exceed $20,000 to be added to the $16,000 now available in contingency. Should cost and expenses of such work exceed $720,707.29, the amount of the bid by Yuma Valley Contractors, adopt resolution number 2018-38, amending resolution of intention number 2017-13, and authorize the district to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Yuma County and the Yuma County Treasurer to memorialize the general obligation of the district subject to legal review. This was done because the attorney wanted this wording in here. I want to make sure. I am done.
Pardon
Rachel?
me?
No, I said I'm done with that.
Oh,
Rachel.
okay.
So you're next.
Okay. County Supervisors, I'm Rachel Stallworth, Yuma County Public Works, and I was working with our county attorney who very graciously wrote the agenda item while I was out.
I
and
could tell it was
appreciate
legal
that.
stuff.
And
Good stuff, good stuff.
just going back a little bit in time, on 9/5, we opened bids. We had one bid, and it was Yuma County
Yuma
Yuma Valley Contractors for $720,707.29. Subsequent to that time, the district engineer submitted their recommendation to rural development for concurrence, and they declined to concur after consideration. They felt there needed to be more contingency set aside within the budget, and as a result of that, after speaking with the county administrator and staff, we decided that we would ask the county to provide the $20,000 that is needed to fulfill the $36,000 contingency. There's currently $16,000 available. We need an additional 20. And by doing it like that, the rural development said that they would issue their concurrence so that we could go to get started on this project that's been out there for such a long time. And unfortunately, it was unfortunate that they waited until it was time to concur on it, that they talked about raising the contingency, which we've been looking at for the past 3 years.
That's USDA though.
Nevertheless,
and
we're
this is
ready
mine.
to proceed if the county can graciously
Now,
provide the funds.
a question, is the 20,000 coming from the contingency general account? Or is it coming from CIP?
It is, it will be contingency if it's from the county board of supervisors contingency, if it's needed. We have confirmed that there's fund balance in the El Prado Improvement District that could make up that difference. We are simply saying that the county will forward that money if it's necessary. I mean, they could maybe not even need the contingency in the contract, in the construction contract itself.
But I understand.
That's the funding of last resort would be the contingency, the current board contingency.
All right, well, let me just then define this. The contingency additional fund needed are $20,000 on top of the 16. They asked for a $36,000 contingency amount. There are some funds left over on that account that may be able to cover that if needed. And if not, we're just guaranteeing another $20,000 to our contingency account.
That is correct.
Now, we're not committing to cost overruns or anything like that. That's what the contingency is supposed to be for. The project is $700,000, so the expectation is that whatever change orders may be needed to accomplish that are going to stay within $36,000, which is the contingency amount. We're not committing with this to any additional funds unless it goes through the process, right?
That is correct. The one thing that we have asked for, and we were going to build that into the IGA, is that it be repaid over a 3-year period, beginning the way budget is and before you start securing funds through the tax rolls, the individual property owners would
Be
be broken
responsible
out
for
over
the
3 years,
additional
yeah.
funds.
Beginning in 2020.
So if needed, the $20,000, if needed to be used, we will then enter into a repayment schedule with the improvement district that goes over 3 years for the property owners in that area to pay the county back for the 20,000 if needed, used to make the project go.
Correct.
All right. Okay. Is that understood? Okay. Do we need to, is this a public hearing? No?
No.
It's not a public hearing? It's just
No,
an
sir.
item on the agenda? I'm still going to
It
ask,
is.
is there anyone here that has any comments on this? No? Okay. I'll bring it back to the board. You heard the item. Is there a motion to that effect? Is there a second?
Second.
And a motion and a second to approve item number 4 as presented. I guess we're gonna have to do more than that. We're gonna have to be clear. Yeah, we're gonna have to be clear about what we're doing. So what we're doing
Roll
is,
call.
yeah, there needs to be a roll call. You know, what we're doing is providing a contingency amount of $20,000 to be added to the contingency available. And we are adopting resolution number 2018-38, which is amending resolution number 2017-13. We're authorizing the district to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Yuma County and the Yuma County Treasurers to memorialize the general obligation of the district subject to legal review, which has been done. So now, you know, what question? Supervisor McLeod has a question?
Yeah, so with this money, I assume the money's transferred out of the contingency account now and put into this account. It won't be, well, we'll transfer it if we need it. The money will come out and then come back if it's not used.
The money,
It's obligated.
yes,
It's
Supervisor
obligated, but
McLeod,
doesn't
the money
have to come out.
remains in general fund and
Remains in
will not
general
be drawn down or
Until it's
moved
needed.
in any way unless needed.
Okay, will not be withdrawn from the
That's right.
contingency account
Unless
at this
needed.
time.
Right.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Okay, there's been plenty of discussion. I have decided to stop the discussion. No, I'm just kidding. We need roll call on this item.
Supervisor Porches?
Aye.
Supervisor Pancrazzi?
Aye.
Supervisor McLeod?
Aye.
Supervisor Simmons?
Aye.
Chairman Reyes?
I'm breaking the tie. Aye.
Motion carries.
Good counting. Motion carries.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just make one more comment on the IGA, that it's in process with our bond counsel, Gus Rosenfeld. We will have that available for review probably by 12/3. I'll come back to the board after legal counsel has reviewed it completely.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, number 5, human resources. Is there anyone here from human resources? No? Is that it? Do I have the right agenda? It just says human resources. It's a public hearing regarding the adoption of an ordinance for criminal history background checks, followed by an action to adopt ordinance number 2018-01. I'm opening it up to the public, even though I don't have any staff member here. You gonna take it?
I will
It's weird that they're
read
not
the
here.
agenda item. Human Resources identified the need to conduct fingerprint criminal history checks through the Arizona Department of Public Safety. We found that the current system used, which is Nexus Lexus, no longer meets the county's needs. The current system only runs criminal history for an individual state as opposed to the state and federal level when we do background checks. In accordance with ARS 41-1750, fingerprint criminal history checks can be run through the Arizona Department of Public Safety. In order for us to run those checks through DPS, they require an ordinance to be approved by the board to establish utilization of criminal history checks for applicants. So the Attorney's Office reviewed the state ordinances to ensure that we're in compliance with the Yuma County Personnel Rules, ARS Section 41-1750, and related rules and regulations in accordance with the DPS in order to allow us to do those criminal history checks. So you'll open the public hearing and we'll answer any questions that you might have.
All right, I'm opening up for the public hearing. Again, we're just, you know, one of the things that struck me when I first became a supervisor is how structured this, you know, this government entity is, and how different it is from local government, where, you know, local government can just pass an ordinance and get things done. We have to get approval from the state to do almost anything. It's actually the opposite of what a city can do, which, you know, that's why it's got home rule. So as a county, we seem to be asked, or we simply need a resolution. Or see, this is why I kind of looked at this and go like, okay, it's an ordinance. So we're actually adopting an ordinance, not a resolution or proclamation. It's an ordinance. So this is the first ordinance of 2018, huh? So that gives you an idea. Cities pass ordinance all the time at almost every meeting. And this is our first ordinance in 2018, and it's about the, you know, we're 2 months away or less than 2 months away. So This is historic. We're gonna pass an ordinance, people. It feels like a city now.
Tony's excited.
I'm excited. Go ahead. Sure.
This may not be so easy. We're talking about fingerprinting every new employee?
No, criminal background.
So, good morning, Felicia
morning.
Fausto, Human Resource Director, Chairman Reyes, and Supervisor McLeod. We are, during our onboarding of a new hire employee, there are particular positions that require a background check.
Like
And
sheriff.
so we have actually identified through the job descriptions for those positions that an individual is fully aware that upon their offer of employment, that they would go through a background check. So we would have to fingerprint those positions, and that individual saying that they will give it permission to then send this information to Department of
Public Safety.
So that we can gather information not only in the state of Arizona, but also nationally.
Federal.
Okay, so do we do background checks on all new hires to some degree?
Yes, we do.
And are they out of state as well?
They are through as much as possible as we can say out of state. We have been able to identify that the information that we are pulling may not always be very well preserved, and we have found that there might be a mishap, and this is to help us to ensure that we will not have that.
Okay, so we run a standard background check, much like we do in our company, for everybody. And then, certain positions, they have to be fingerprinted. Okay, I would have had a real hard time with fingerprinting every new employee. Okay, so they're identified in the job description.
They are identified in the job descriptions.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Supervisor Franklin.
Mr. Chairman and Felicia, that doesn't mean that they couldn't be hired, does it?
That is correct. That does not mean that they could not be hired. What it allows us to do to be able to determine if that individual may be subject to not be able to perform certain positions.
Yes.
And we do include the county attorney's office when there is concern that something has come back negative to ensure that we have taken everything in the best interest, not only for the applicant, but to the county.
Right, you don't want somebody who's been convicted of embezzlement to be working at the treasurer's office, so to speak.
Good example.
Okay.
All right. Is there any other question? No? You're accustomed to this, Supervisor Simmons?
Oh, yeah.
In the sheriff's department, that's pretty common, right? All right, so we've got enough information, I think. We open it to the public. Is there anyone in the public that wants to make a comment about this? For or against? Nobody? Then I'll bring it back to the board and exclude these two to the right and talk to the people on the left. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and second on my left side, which wasn't talking while I was going through this thing.
Sorry.
You know, and so there's been a motion and a second to approve this
Really
item as
breaks that
presented.
in wound.
Is there any discussion from the people in the left, not the people in the right?
We had our discussion.
All right, no discussion. All those in favor of the motion. This is a resolution, doesn't require an individual vote. Excuse me, ordinance, it's not a resolution.
Our first one of the
Our
year.
first one of the year. So this ordinance does not require a roll call vote? Not that you,
I'd go ahead and do roll call, just.
yeah, I think so. It's a first ordinance. We don't want to mess
It
it
actually won't
up.
take place for 30 more days because
Yeah.
of referendum
I'll
status.
take a roll
So
call.
even though it's the first one of the year, you're only.
Better
gonna
be
get it
safe
by
than sorry.
2 weeks.
All right, so roll call.
Supervisor Simmons,
Yes, aye.
Supervisor Porches,
Aye.
Supervisor Pancrazy,
Aye.
Supervisor Simmons.
Oh, not again.
McLeod.
Oh,
McLeod better.
McLeod, sorry.
You were gonna vote twice, I know.
Aye.
With the election so close, you don't want to do that. You don't want to vote twice.
Chairman Reyes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
All right, the first ordinance, I feel so good.
Uh,
All right.
Going up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Felicia.
And now we get to planning zoning agenda, and the item one that, oh, we're gonna take 5 minutes.
Here for a long time, hi, Joe.
We're gonna take 5 minutes, a 5-minute break.
You know what, can we come back after lunch?
Oh, no.
All right, 5-minute break, people. Take a minute. Normally, our meetings are faster than this, but, you know, we're sort of dragging our feet today. available for public review at the Yuma County Board of Supervisors office. This is a full presentation. It's regular public hearing items. In this one, staff will make a full presentation of each of the following items, followed by separate discussion, public hearing, and action by the Board of Supervisors. This is one item, Development Planning Services Planning and Zoning Division Special Use Permit Case number 1806, which is Steve Ponce requesting a special use permit per section 604.03 East of the E of the Yuma County zoning ordinance to allow an accessory dwelling unit on a parcel 2.06 gross acres in size, zone suburban site build 2 acre minimum, assessor's parcel number 735-55-001 located at 13569 South Tierra Mesa Avenue, Yuma, Arizona, located within the 65 dB noise zone. Okay, open it up. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fernando Villegas, Senior Planning, presenting special use permit 18-06. This is a request to allow an accessory dwelling unit on a parcel 2.06 gross acres in size, zone SSB2, located inside the noise zones, 65 decibel noise zone. The applicant intends to build an accessory dwelling unit 1,568 square feet in size. The subject property is located in the Desert Star Estate subdivision. Adjacent properties to the south and west are located in Tierra Mesa subdivision, which is zone R18. The lots are improved with site-built homes. Parcels to the north and east are located in the Desert Star State subdivision, zone SSB2, and improved with site-built homes. The site plan submitted by the applicant shows the location of the existing primary residence under construction. The primary residence is 2,353 square feet in size. The proposed accessory dwelling unit will be located to the southeast from the primary residence. The next slide shows the floor plan proposed by the applicant. The floor plan has a two-car garage, master bedroom, kitchen, dining room, living room, and an office space. The next slide shows an aerial. The board supervisor has approved 2 accessory dwelling units in the same subdivision, a special use permit 10-11 and a special use permit 18-03. A special use permit 10-11 was approved on February 2011 to allow the construction of an accessory dwelling unit 2,344 square feet in size. And as a special use permit 1803 was recently approved on June 2018 to allow the conversion of an existing pool house into an accessory dwelling, by adding a cooking facility. A special use permit 1116 to the east was denied in 2011 to allow the construction of a site-built home of second dwelling unit 1,726 square feet in size. The next slide shows a picture of the existing conditions of the subject property, looking east from Tierra Mesa Avenue. The primary residence is under construction. We have another picture looking southeast from Tierra Mesa Avenue. Staff received comments from MCAS and YCAA in opposition to this request because it has the potential to increase the number of people within the noise zones, because there is no way to assure that the unit will be used for guests and family members only, and because it will be easy to rent. However, if approved, MCAS and the airport are requesting a navigation disclosure statement. The applicant submitted a letter with 12 adjacent property owners within the notification area and 6 property owners outside the notification area in support of this request. The staff is recommending approval, subject to the following operation and performance conditions. Operational condition number 1, the approval of the special use permit is based on the site plan submitted by the applicant. Any change from the site plan will require approval by the planning director pursuant to section 402.04 of Yuma County zoning ordinance. Operational condition number 2, the accessory dwelling unit shall not be rented. And performance conditions, within 60 days of approval by the board of supervisors, all owners or agents must provide the following, an ARS 121134 waiver and a record aggregation disclosure statement. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the staff presentation. Any questions for staff?
No, I don't have any. Do you guys have any questions for staff before I open it to the public hearing? Sure.
I have one question. The property that was done in 2018 that was converting an existing structure, I don't remember that the Marine Corps Air Station or that the Yuma County Airport Authority was
Opposing
in
it.
opposition.
Chairman, I've done my research and for most of all the cases except one, MCAS was in opposition. In one of the cases that they were not in opposition is because only a portion of the property was inside the no zone. But all of them, they've been always in opposition to the request.
I just didn't
Yeah,
remember that.
I think
Okay.
that's pretty natural. I mean, they're, especially staff, I mean, they have their, they have their rules and regulations, and I'm sure they oppose anything that happens within that 65, just by nature of what they do. So, when I look at that and I look at the Tierra Mesa State subdivision in the middle of that, I kind of look at that and go like, okay, well, that's like a horse already left the barn in that area. I mean, you got so many homes, so much condensed that I'm sure it happened at one particular time. And what they're having to do is they're having to make a statement to sort of stop that from, continuing that. But this is a pretty small change in the population factor in there. But then we can talk about that after, I'm going to open it to the public and then we'll listen to statements. First, I'd like to give a chance if Mr. Ponce is here to say something. Sure, Mr. Ponce, would you please step up? I'm opening this to the public.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I guess it's still morning. Good morning.
It's still morning.
A couple of things. I do have a prepared statement, which I'll get to in a minute. There was a couple of highlights that I want to kind of revisit that took place during the planning and zoning meeting that will have relevance here as we get going. You already heard the term pool house. That happens to be a neighbor that's right around the corner from me, and it happens to be the last, if I'm not mistaken, the last permit that you all approved. That was case number 1803. That became kind of a comparison case during the planning and zoning. There was much discussion going back and forth, and I'm going to refer to it again here in a moment. Another thing that was accomplished at the planning and zoning meeting was that the term accessory dwelling unit was defined. There was some confusion on some part, but I'd like to just go ahead and read it verbatim. An accessory dwelling unit is a habitable space that contains independent sanitary and cooking facilities on the same parcel as an existing primary dwelling intended to house family or guests. At the same time, there was confusion about what an ADU was. There was some problems with whether or not a kitchen could be allowed. And we crossed that bridge. Full kitchens are allowed in these ADUs. And as Mr. Villegas already pointed out, in recent time, there has been 2 special unit permits, special use permits for ADUs approved in that exact same immediate area and subdivision. The Section 310, which covers the requirements for the ADUs, the accessory dwelling units, was covered. And Part F, we're going to probably discuss that here in a second. And that has to do with, well, I'll just read it. The accessory dwelling unit and principal dwelling shall share a common driveway used for ingress and egress. So we'll discuss that here in a moment. And with all the concern about the possibility of an ADU becoming a rental, I understand that, and anything is possible, but I've gone to great lengths trying to convince everybody that that's not the case. This is a family project. Just so you guys know, because you may not know, the primary house is going to be occupied by my daughter. I'm going to be in the secondary house, and I'm not paying rent. So it's not a rental property. It's a family project that was thought up basically with the purpose of taking care of family. My wife and I have some medical issues that aren't going to get any better with age. And we just don't want to see my daughter be burdened any more than she has to, you know, if and when it comes a time that we become bedridden or, you know, whatever happens with old age. It'd be a great inconvenience for her to have to drive anywhere, across town, across state lines, whatever. So that's kind of our little sanctuary for my wife and I. Throughout the documents that I've reviewed, staff reports, there's been the term used that by MCAS, basically that, you know, they want assurances that the secondary house, the ADU, is not going to become a rental property. I don't know what else to say to convince anybody that we have absolutely zero intentions of that becoming a rental property. That's not what it's for. I went to maybe the extreme of even coming up with a declaration of knowledge and intent that came up in the planning and zoning meeting. It was actually entered on the record, if I recall correctly. It's very informal. It's just a neighborly gesture. But I walked around and talked to 19 of my neighbors in the surrounding area, I let them know what was going on, and that I made a pledge to them in person saying, this is the primary house, told them what that was about, the secondary house, explained what that was all about, and basically just gave them assurance that it would not be used as a rental. We'll get to the driveway in a minute, I'm sure. But this is my prepared statement. At this point in the SUP process, my application scored a 280 out of a possible 300 points on the county scoring matrix. A score of 275 or higher puts an application in the category of a proposal that likely should be approved. Senior planners recommended the approval, and planning and zoning in their meeting voted in favor of the approval. The only opposition seems to be coming from MCAS. First and foremost, my application is nearly identical to the last approved application that was referred to as the pool house in the planning and zoning meeting. You can lay those two applications right on top of each other and juxtapose them, and they're carbon copies of each other. The only difference between the two is that the pool house's original application was converted from the pool house to an ADU. And that particular property is it's right around the corner from me. MCAS has three main concerns: the access to the ADU itself, the ADU possibly being a rental, and population densities. On the topic of ease or difficulty of access to the respective ADUs, MCAS gave the opinion that, if we can get the, could you please put that site map up?
Site plan?
Yeah, the site plan. This kind of shaded area is representing the driveway into the main house. The future drive, which is marked, goes back to the ADU. I'm interpreting that as being a common driveway. MCAS insists it's two separate driveways. And we'll touch base on that here in a moment. And if it were two separate driveways, it would be a violation of Section 310 Part F. So in MCAS's opinion, my proposed ADU is easier to access than that of the pool house, making my ADU more of a threat to be used as a rental. On the topic of access, this isn't true, and to the point of the rent concerns, that's pure speculation. MCAS stated that the pool house is situated behind the primary dwelling, which for some reason makes it less desirable to rent. This is not an accurate assessment. The landowner with the pool house has a block wall. It has 4 points of ingress and egress. It has 4 vehicle gates on that front wall. The most northerly gate accesses the pool house directly. This is particularly important because this access point does not share any commonality with any of the other 3 driveways on that property. None. That is an undisputable violation of Section 310, yet that permit was permitted. To the point of my proposed driveway, it's monolithic, as the diagram suggests. It satisfies Section 310 Part F, and if my design does not satisfy MCAS, I'm perfectly open and willing to entertain their design options so we can take care of the problem with the driveway. To the point of population density, the ADU is going to be occupied by my wife and I, a whopping 2 extra people. The Yuma County Development Services Division uses a comprehensive scoring matrix to measure several critical issues involved in this process. MCAS depends on unmeasurable opinion, probability, and pure speculation of varied staff members. There is no onus or burden laid upon the landowner to make a secondary dwelling or an ADU, whatever you want to call it. There's no onus on the landowner to make that property or that building rent-proof. We've already established the fact that full kitchens are allowed. And as far as assurances go, gather my notes here. Bear with me, I've got several documents here. As far as assurances that MCAS desires to keep from an ADU from becoming a rental property, I have a communication here from, I'm guessing a different, this is in reference to 1803 case, Paula Bax to Javier Barraza, and they're discussing this rental business. And I quote, Javier, rather than deny this because of the broad reading of what an accessory dwelling unit could become, I will take it on the word of the applicant that they plan to use it for family and guests. Okay, well, I'm giving you my word. It's going to be used for family. All right. In closing, my family is complying with all 6 elements of Section 310 in every respect. We have declared in writing that there is no intent to ever use the guest house as a rental. We've been very proactive in our effort to obtain this permit. I went around personally, collected the signatures, submitted a formal knowledge of intent document, although it's informal, pledging our compliance to the no rent rule to all our surrounding neighbors. Well, not all of them, the cited 19. And at the request of Pat Headington, I added the ADU site to the primary house plans so that county staff had plenty of time to identify these concerns. That was his recommendation. Go ahead and add that to the plans of the primary residence. So if there was anything wrong with it, the county had plenty of time, to make adjustments and make recommendations. So based on my score of 280 and the recommendation of both planning and zoning and senior planners to approve my SUP, I'd say the county has no concerns with my proposal, especially the driveway. That's pretty much, except for discussion what I'd like to say, we just graciously appreciate your support with this project. It's a family project, and it's going to be a family legacy. This property will be in our family for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ponce.
Thank you.
All right. Mrs. Black, hold on a minute. Hold on.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, board members. Gabby Black, Marine Corps Air Station Yuma Community Planning Liaison Officer. I want to start off again just to define our mission of our office. It's to protect the health, safety, and welfare of civilians and military personnel by encouraging land use which is compatible with aircraft operations. We accomplish this by reviewing all requests for developments within our noise contours, our accident potential zones, and our flight paths, and by working closely with Yuma County and the City of Yuma to guard against incompatible development. At this time, the installation is surrounded by facilities and entertainment venues that are located within our high noise contours and our accident potential zones. Decisions made in the past are one of the reasons why current air operations are so severely impacted and why there's a concern for the public safety in these areas. Our efforts to correct these situations are extremely limited right now, and what we're trying to do now is look towards the future and make decisions that will help mitigate these potential problems. So when we review these development cases, we look at its current impact, as well as how that development will impact operations and the public safety in the future. In the case of Special Use Permit 1806, Colonel Suggs has requested that the board deny this request based on the potential of increasing residential density within the 65 and 70 decibel noise contours. We understand that Mr. Ponce has agreed not to rent or lease the accessory dwelling unit, but the layout, the separate driveway, and the size of the dwelling makes the ADU easily and highly desirable for future owners to rent, which means there is high potential of increasing the number of people residing within this noise contour and this flight path. The primary dwelling's driveway runs north and south, and the accessory dwelling driveway runs east to west. These two separate driveways meet up and share a common access point of entry to the property. Historically, ADUs have been approved in similar parcels, as Mr. Ponce has mentioned, contrary to MCAS Yuma's request for denial, such as case 1803, which had the pool house converted into an ADU by adding the kitchen facilities, and case 1011, which had a guest house built on the property. In case 1011, Development Services support staff also recommended denial because it had a potential to set a precedent, which it did. Both of these accessory dwellings were located behind the primary dwelling. They did not have separate driveways and had to be accessed through the main residence, which means the people residing in the ADUs impact the occupants living in the primary dwellings, which is basically you're extending your living space. That's the purpose of these ADUs. This isn't the case for 1806 because access to the property, it's through its own driveway, and the location of the ADU does not impact the primary residence, which means the potential to be a rental property is very high in the future. Mr. Ponce stated that the ADU will be used by himself and his wife, and that the primary residence will belong to his daughter and her family. There is no guarantee that Mr. Ponce's daughter will sell the property in the future, will not sell the property in the future, and if the property is sold, the new owners might not follow the restrictions imposed by this board. If the special use request is approved contrary to MCA's Yuma recommendation, it is strongly requested that noise level reduction standards be incorporated into the ADU and an aviation disclosure statement be recorded that recognizes the noise, interference, and vibrations that will occur due to aviation activities performed at MCAS Yuma and the Yuma International Airport. I just want to talk to you a little bit about our footprint right now at MCAS Yuma. We currently have 2 F-35 squadrons. We're waiting on 2 more to arrive, and they should be here probably about 2022, 2025, depending on how things are going. That means that there's going to be 4 squadrons of F-35 aircraft here. Additionally, we have our testing squadron, which is VMX-1. That means MV-22s, CH-53 helicopters, as well as UH-1s and additional F-35s and unmanned aerial vehicles. We also have VMU-1, which is our unmanned aerial vehicle squadron as well. We conduct over 185,000 operations here at MCAS Yuma. And we have about 11,000 rotational personnel that come here to train at MCAS Yuma. So I think that when we look towards the future, our operations are growing. We have a beautiful community here that is very desirable by both our U.S. and our NATO forces. They come here to train. They love the fact that the community is so supportive of our military. And you know, it's a very desirable location. It's a very desirable location. The other thing too, you know, when you look at this accessory dwelling unit, it's 1,500 square foot. It has a garage. It's a 1-bedroom with an office. It's really a secondary dwelling if you really look at it in its own definition. And this is zoned as 1 dwelling per 2 acres. Like I said, our main concern when we look at these development cases is the future. We don't want it to impact the operations here, our economy. Are we restricted the way Luke Air Force Base is restricted now? They're only authorized to do 60,000 operations because of encroachment. So when we look at these, we look to the future, to the possibility, what can happen, and the military footprint. And we're looking to do that to protect the public safety and welfare. And I think that's pretty much it. Is there any other questions? Any questions for me?
Any questions? No,
I
you
have a
stated.
question.
Mhm.
Were you around when Tierra Mesa was developed, and was the MCAS opposed to Tierra Mesa being developed?
I was not around back then. I'm not sure when it was developed, but Mary Ellen, do you have any?
Were you?
Historical? We do have historical documents here.
Okay.
We were very.
You have to come up here.
This is Mary Ellen Finch. She's our community liaison specialist. She took over for Paula Bax.
Oh, okay.
I'm the new Paul. There was a lot of issues with Tierra Mesa. And I have 2 files actually on Tierra Mesa. And it went back and forth a lot of times. I think we were overwritten. We were not against compatible development. We were against incompatible development. And we did not deem Tierra Mesa to be compatible development. Anything in the 65 to 70 we know is going to be noisy. And yes, we know a lot of our people that work on the base live in Tierra Mesa. I think at the time when I was looking back through the history of this, they kind of came to a compromise. I mean, Tierra Mesa started back in 78, and then it went all the way where they did, back and forth between the landowner and the board trying to come to a compromise.
I was here in 78. I was 12, but I was here.
There were a lot of denials. I mean, like I have a newspaper article in here where it was like, it was finally, the Tierra Mesa plan strikes out again with the P&Z. I mean, it was back and forth, where it just went back and forth, trying to get it to where it would be acceptable. We've never been in favor of incompatible development near the air station. And
we understand.
This just and the same thing when this area to the south, to the north, the northeast was developed, it went back and forth as well. And the compromise was SSB2, which is 1 home per every 2 acres. And that was kind of the least of the worst, if you will, where 1 home is going to exist. And like Gabby said, our biggest concern is this is really 2 homes in 1 2-acre parcel. I was looking through the records because we're both fairly new to these positions. And several years ago, the definitions for an accessory dwelling unit were redefined, where it used to be more of a pool house type of thing, a casita. And now, actually with the one that the staff recommended denial, that's when a couple of years later is when they changed it, because they felt that there was some ambiguity in the definitions. There were like 3 different definitions at that time. We would like to in the future see revisit that, because it basically allows us a full second home and not just an accessory dwelling unit, which was, I think, the intent. I think the intent has been gotten away from.
All right. Thank you, ladies. I'm glad I wasn't here in 78.
I have one more. Gabby, 60,000 off of Luke, explain that more thoroughly for me, please. I've heard it once before and I get it mixed up.
So 60,000, that means takeoffs and landings. So a takeoff, it's not just one where you take off and you come back, that's considered one. It's basically a takeoff or a landing is considered 1 and 1. So that's basically 2 right there. So in essence, if you really think about one aircraft and they leave and they come back to the airfield, that would reduce it down to 30,000 basically operations for one full aircraft. Does that make sense?
And what does that do?
Explain why.
Yeah, what does that do?
Encroachment. It's one of those things where Luke, I don't have the full history of Luke in the sense of their entire background, and these are through discussions with Colonel Suggs and the general at Luke Air Force Base. But basically, it's encroachment. It's an agreement that they have with the various cities that surround Luke to limit the number of air operations because it's so high density with residential population there now. I mean, if you go up to Luke, you see there's only a few parcels left that are agriculture, and everywhere else it's just commercial and residential. And unfortunately, I do know that they're increasing the number of squadrons of F-35 aircraft that are going there, but they're going to be limited, which means that they won't be able to really support the squadrons that are there. So, and I don't want our installation to be in that same boat. It's the same thing with Davis Monthan. I don't know their operations, but I know that they're also impacted a lot by encroachment.
No, it's a common.
Mr. Chair,
Sure.
Gabby, I have another question. Is Tierra Mesa in the flight plan, and what is the volume or the sound of a F-35 compared to a Harrier, which is what we've had before?
So we're currently in the process of doing our AirCUS study, which is our AQ study, which is the Air Installation Compatibility Use Zone study. So that's going to be published next year. And that also talks about our noise, and it compares different things. I don't know offhand what the difference are between, as far as decimals, between the F-35 and the Harrier. I do know they are noisier.
Noisier.
Yeah, than the Harriers. And that's another thing too that we also have to take into consideration is, for example, a few weeks ago in September, we had the demo practice being conducted here for the Miramar Air Show. And just that week alone, we received seven noise complaints. And we tried to put out notifications to the public, but we still receive it. And we even put messages on our phone system as well to let them know. Because once again, I mean, Yuma is beautiful. The weather is beautiful. And the terrain is very similar to that of overseas as well. So we have about 80% of the Marine Corps forces come and train here. We have about 4 to 6 foreign military units that come here as well. And it's, once again, it's because they love terrain here, and they love the fact that the community supports the military so much.
And the ability to use the Chocolate Mountains and the Barry Goldwater gun range also impact those decisions?
Definitely. The chocolates are very highly desirable because it's high explosive. And then the BMGR is very desirable as well. And even Colonel Suggs right now is trying to work with Luke to try to do a concurrent use of the BMGR West and the BMGR East because our aircraft are so advanced. Somebody gave me a comparison to say, basically, our prior aircraft were like a rotary phone. And now we're with smartphones. And look what the smartphones can do. And that's what basically the F-35 is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. All right. Anybody else in the public? No? Okay, I'm turning it back to the board. I mean, this is one of those decisions where no matter what you do, somebody is going to end up, with a solution that may not necessarily please us all or please them. But, it's the kind of decision that, we've got to make. I wasn't here in 1978, but I've been here a while. And this is always an issue, especially on the high decibel zones. And I mean, it extends into Somerton and, you know, some of the areas up there. Because of the weather and because of, you know, the activity around here, that's not an issue we're going to get away from anytime soon, especially with development coming back up. And that's the other thing that's happening too. I mean, we've got a lot of development coming back up. You know, all I could say is that the time that I've been here, the relationship between the city and the county in terms of protecting the airbase has been excellent. As a matter of fact, I think that our joint land use plan was used as a model in some other places to, you know, not only because of the relationship between the city and the county and development between the city and the county and the standards as much as possible to keep them as close as possible, but because it was done with the intent of protecting against encroachment. So it's a sensitive issue, and it's not one I don't think any of us take lightly. But, you know, we have property owners that, you know, want to do something with their property, and we end up with the legislature saying, well, if you don't allow a property owner to do the best use of his property or so forth, you take away the, you know, the property rights. And, you know, it's not a simple, clear-cut issue. And in that particular area, I think that the Tierra Mesa development really puts us in a really rough spot because of what's next to it. I mean, you know, you're talking about 2 dwellings and 2 acres. You have like 12 dwellings and 2 acres right next to it. So it's pretty, I wish it was as clear cut because I see the development around it though as being pretty much following that 2 acre, you know, minimum. But, you know, this location of this one makes it a little tougher than I would say if it was in the middle of almost nothing else. Because I think in the middle of almost nothing else, you could have an argument that really you're not increasing the size of the number of people, you're increasing dwelling sites with the issue, obviously, that in the future, if that person doesn't control that, it would get out of control. It's a tough one. Board, you know, it's up to you.
I've got several things for the board.
I was afraid of that, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Afraid of that. Okay, go ahead.
You know, I'm going to preface my comments a little bit with a little bit of history of the board. And we saw that today, and we saw it several months ago when we voted on spending almost $1 million extra on a road project simply to accommodate bicycles in a 1-mile stretch. And that was very difficult for this board. You know, boards develop a culture. And when I came on the board, Supervisor Reyes will remember, almost everything we did was very frugal and, you know, pinching every penny and doing only the minimum that we had to do to get things done. You know, time has passed, and I think the board is taking a little bit of a different approach now, where that you've seen what I just mentioned, thinking of the future. And today, we just spent an extra, I don't know what that was, $2 million thinking of the future. And we really have to look at this, I think, from the perspective of the future and the protection of the base. I know that there were politicians who took a lot of heat. It was very brutal on them when they implemented the joint land use plan. I think most of them were voted out of office. There was a public outcry. But look today, what that has yielded us. When I went to look at this, and I'm pretty sure on 10/11, I probably was a yes vote. That's almost for certain, because I do believe in property rights and doing the most you can with your community. When I looked at this, when I was studying the issue, there were a couple of things that struck me, and paramount was this home was under construction. A lot could have been chosen in a different area to do this, where there would have been no controversy, there would have been no problem, it would have been very simple to do. But it's put almost right up against the 70 decibel noise zone. That bothered me because we could have made not we, but the applicant could have made a different property choice where this would have been a non-issue. There's the issues, Mr. Ponce, I completely believe you. I have no doubt in my mind you're absolutely sincere. That would never be a rental. The majority of people in the city of Yuma live in homes that are 25, 30 years old. The majority. So you look at 25, 30 years from now, nobody's going to remember this day. Nobody's going to remember the promises that were made. All they know is they're going to buy a property with 2 nice homes on it, and the desirability of renting it would be extremely high. So I really have to say that as this is put in front of us, and shifting the focus, being very forward-thinking, I'm sitting here pretty much opposed. But there is an option. You can accomplish what you're looking for by installing a manufactured home that has time limits on it. Manufactured home can be placed, and then in the future, when your use of that property is no longer, that manufactured home can then be removed at not significant cost. Certainly not like it would be to construct a stick-built home and then destroy it. So you can achieve what you want, and I think I would find myself in probably in favor of that if it were a manufactured home with a specific time limit on it, to where that 20 years from now it could not be a rental. It would have to be removed according to the special use permit. So there's a way forward. The one that's in front of us, I have to say, because of the issues I mentioned, I'm probably going to be opposed. And Maggie's going to set me straight on something here. I can feel it coming.
Probably that it's not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maggie Castro, Planning and Zoning Director. The request for a second dwelling unit is allowed in the comprehensive plan. It does not trigger an amendment to the comprehensive plan. That's the first thing I want to say. Second thing is the zoning district that this property is in, which is the suburban site-built 2-acre minimum zoning district, does not allow manufactured homes. So an accessory dwelling unit has to be a site-built home as well as the primary residence on the property.
Yeah,
does the board have an ability to approve that for a specific parcel?
We're going to run into all the
I
public.
just want to know the answer.
Mr. Chair,
but I mean,
Supervisor
you have to go
McLeod,
back.
if this property were zoned suburban ranch 2-acre minimum, they could have a manufactured home because the suburban ranch 2-acre minimum zoning district allows both site-built homes and manufactured home.
Could they apply for a rezoning to go to that?
Mr. Chair, yes, they could. It would require an application for rezoning, and it would require a review by the Planning and Zoning Commission and the board.
Okay, so there is a way forward to get to that.
However, the property is surrounded by site-built zoning or zoning districts that require site-built homes. So a request to rezone this one parcel in the middle of an area surrounded by site-built only zoning districts would not have a favorable recommendation by staff.
And it wouldn't have a favorable recommendation by the MCAs anyway, because they're looking at density. They're looking at more people living in that area. So we may, quote, solve an issue that isn't an issue yet, but could become an issue by creating a new one. So anyway,
I mean,
Martin.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Maggie, I have a question. Could they adjust their plans on their big house to somehow attach the smaller dwelling to that big house so that it wouldn't be used as a rental in the future? It would be just it would just be attached to it and be a separate dwelling, but not a separate dwelling. I mean, there would be access to it.
Attached to it.
Yeah, an attached dwelling so that it would be considered part of the house, because they don't plan on using it as a rental. But so if that's not the case, then why couldn't they just somehow flip it and put it next to so that they're all right there?
Well, let me just refocus this issue here.
And
the
then we
only
don't-
issue here is MCAA in their opposition to do this because of encroachment, because of issues of density. You guys are not dealing with the issue of density by allowing it to happen anyway. Whether you do it through a rezoning change or whether you do it through a special use permit, you're still adding more people to that area. So, solving the problem in front of me, it's encroachment. It's the MCA is making an argument that by allowing this, we may be setting a precedent and that other people may be asking for the same thing, and that would create a situation in there that would be hardly manageable for us. Now, I don't believe in precedent. I don't really. I mean, the legal staff has made it clear over time that whatever applies 10 years ago, it's not gonna apply today. So really, precedent is, yeah, people can use it to force an issue, but legally, they had to take it up in front of a court to really establish it. Most people are not gonna go that far. They're gonna say, like Mr. Ponce said, it was done before, that kind of stuff, but it's pretty difficult for me to think of this particular issue in terms of a precedent. I think, because if the precedent's to be used, what's next to it? If you use that as a precedent, then we or some other board of supervisors a long time ago had that horse, out of the barn by far by creating that huge tierra mesa, development. So right now, what at least for me, what I'm faced with, to make this decision is whether we believe what the gentleman is saying, which I do, whether there's a way to make sure that that belief can be translated into something more tangible than the simple belief that he's going to do that, which he's willing to do in many different ways. He just can't seem to find one. Right. And the other issue would be, okay, what are we looking at here and what are we doing here that isn't really matching up and could be used as an example that encroachment's happening and harsher, more definite things can happen in terms of protecting the airbase, which I think is a great asset. And I think we would be not, I don't even want to talk about that because I think that's an issue that all of us agree it's quite important here. So we're now facing a decision of whether we believe the gentleman and go with the staff recommendation. He's got the points, he's got, the plan behind him, the comprehensive plan, and he's got a positive vote from the Planning and Zoning Commission, although it was a split vote. So it got to us. And now, the discussion here seems to be tailoring off into how can we make sure it's not rented? How can we make sure, that's not really what I think, although that was the point that was made, Mrs. Black, that, there is the possibility that in the future it could be rented. Because to me, density, if him and his wife live with their daughter in the same house that they're, having right now, that would be the same density. It's really, what we're looking at now, if we believe him, is that he wants to move out of the main house into another house in the same location. So, when I think about that, I don't, I understand encroachment. I understand, what could be considered precedent. I understand all those issues. But what I'm faced with, to me, is a decision of whether we allow the gentleman to do what he says he's going to do over the objections of someone that says he may not be around, to make that decision in the future, and that might create a problem. So it's reality, it's now or the future. And I think that's what we're looking at right now. And you had a point about this. You said, no, if we look at it now, I think it'd be very difficult to say no if you look at it now. If you look at the future, it may be that you want to reconsider that because it may have an impact in the future we can't see right now. So it's either now or later, I guess, or the future. At least that's how I think. Supervisor Porches, and I'll get back if you need to.
Can we do something of, I see a lot of lots there that are empty and with small houses, even some with small houses, to face, so we can't, we have this in front of us again.
Can we fix something?
Can we?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Porches, the zoning ordinance allows an accessory dwelling unit in the suburban site built zoning district. So property owners that own lots or own property zoned SSB have the ability to apply for a special use permit, whether it's in a noise zone or not, for an accessory dwelling unit. A way to prevent applications coming forward would be to amend the zoning ordinance and remove that as a possible special use permit in the zoning.
Yeah.
I'd like to.
That would be the
zoning
decision that I
ordinance.
think would apply to protect future encroachment would be to change.
I'd
We
like to
change
see
that and say that in the 65 decibel zone, that is not permitted.
60 and 70.
65 and 60 to 70. In other words, that would put us in a situation where people would understand that if you move there and you have a chance to build one home in 2 acres, but you don't have the ability to come back and ask for an accessory dwelling or anything else. I think that would help both deal with it now and deal with it in the future.
It would.
Because we don't want people, Mr. Ponce comes here believing he can do what he's asking. And, I understand that. And I think he can, although he wouldn't be up here, but he can. And both the regulations that are in right now and the planning zoning staff and everything acknowledge that he can do it. So now, we're saying, well, do we believe the gentleman or not? And that's not really how it may be the final, the final note that I used to make that decision, but I certainly wouldn't like to give the impression that that's what we're going to be looking at in any future cases. And the fact that we have that the regulations allow it to get to this far puts us in a situation where, it's no win situation, as I said before. But I think we can both decide this right now and make sure that the next time that comes around, it doesn't come around, because it won't get to us, because it won't be permitted.
I agree.
Okay.
I'd like to see, Mr. Chair, I'd really like to see that. I'd like to see that no auxiliary dwellings are allowed in the 65 to 70 decimal or in the flight plans of MCAS.
That takes it from, a decision that we need to make into something that's already in the regulation. And the
Yes.
people should know, don't bring it to us, because the answer is no.
Yes. Can we do that, Maggie?
Sure. Because Mr. Porches the question from Supervisor McLeod was, why didn't we think of this 5 years ago? And I said, it's because Mr. Portia wasn't here.
Yeah, Martina.
But I beat up. All right, so, that may be a better solution than to do this individually every time it comes up. And I think it will meet the future concerns of the base. And we will be able to deal with this family issue that we have in front of us.
Mr. Chairman, I will discuss this with legal counsel, draft some language. However, based on the current zoning ordinance and the current allowances in the different zoning districts, it may run into a Prop 207 issue. It may
we know
it may be deemed as a diminution in value if the zoning ordinance is amended. So, like I said, we'll discuss this with legal counsel and bring
I'd
something
rather deal
forward.
with that than deal with encroachment. I rather would. We would fight it in court if we have to. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
because we need to.
Well, I unless you want to discuss this any further, do you have anything to say?
Like I said, it's a tough call, because I could see it a lot easier if it was a house that has been there for a while and they're wanting to put another structure. But the catch that kind of pulls me back and forth is the fact that it's a new structure that's still under construction. So that means they just bought the place knowing, like Supervisor McLeod was saying. But I see where they're wanting to have that extra dwelling for them to stay in and make it easier for their kids to take care of them when that time comes. I kind of look at it, we're down the road, I may need that. So it's tough.
And you know what? This gives us an opportunity to take something that's difficult and tough and make it something workable that, the parties here can all benefit from. I mean, obviously, we're not going to thank you for bringing the issue up, Mr. Ponce, but, something good can come out of it that protects, what you guys got to do. It makes your job easier, and it makes our job easier to say no to people who want to do something like this if they know ahead of time that it's not something we will allow to happen.
And Mr. Chair, it'll protect the MCAS, being that it's our second largest economic developer in the.
No, I
the
think we all
county.
understand that. And I think, we don't want, it's close to splitting the baby in two as we can get. Anyway, I'll entertain a motion to either approve or disapprove and then give instructions to staff, which I think we have already given instructions to staff during the discussion, but, we want to make sure that this issue gets resolved and we move on to fixing future cases like this that comes to us. So is there a motion to approve or disapprove?
I'm gonna make a motion to approve, and I want to explain my motion. And it's because density, with the population, that place only has one, that extra house only has one room, which if it was even rented, which I think I believe it's not going to be, but there will only be like 2 people there, which that house could easily be rented for, a family of 6 or 7, so that density would still be there or more. That's what I'm.
So you're saying that the additional dwelling unit is only designed to take a couple and not a full family, which say not a 3 or 4 bedroom or something like that. Okay, is there a second? We got to get it to a vote either way, so I'll make the second. Let's take a vote on this. This is in favor of approving the recommendation, okay? Now, there's been a motion and a second to approve the recommendation as recommended by the staff, which means with all the restrictions that are listed in there. Take a roll call, because I think this one's probably a roll call. Yeah.
Supervisor Porches?
Aye.
Supervisor Reyes?
Aye.
Supervisor Pancrazzi?
No.
Supervisor McLeod?
I'd like to explain my vote. Mr. Ponce, I completely believe you. That is not in doubt. I mentioned that the home was currently under construction. That greatly bothers me. If it was an existing home and an existing structure like the pool house, I might think a little bit differently, but there were too many options to not put us in this position. There are really two driveways, but I'm afraid that is the thing that bothers me the most, and so I'm going to have to say no. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Simmons?
Listen to all the pros and cons. I just see it being more that fact that it is a new dwelling and there was no foresight. I don't see, looking elsewhere to be able to do something like this. So I'm going to have to say no to protect MCAS.
Okay, so that motion doesn't carry, so that means that the item has been denied, correct? We don't have to, we need a motion to deny? All right, well then, we know the process. Is there a motion to deny the application?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Right, motion and second, we'll take a roll call. Any more discussion? No? Let's take a roll call. Motion to deny.
Supervisor Pancrazzi?
Aye.
Supervisor McLeod?
Aye.
Supervisor Porches?
Aye.
Nay. Supervisor Simmons?
Aye.
Supervisor Reyes?
I'm gonna have to break another tie. That's not true, though. I do want to explain my vote. It really, this is one of those where you struggle, because you think of the present and the needs of this family, as opposed to, in certain ways, the future of encroachment in Yuma County. The issue of encroachment, I think we're gonna have to deal with as a separate issue. The issue of resolving this for an individual family really drove me to a decision that I wanted to support this. I wanted to make sure that we could, deal with both issues in some sort of a just manner. It just isn't working out that way. I hope in some ways that you still have time to adapt and make the changes necessary to, I guess, do what you need to do in your property. I'm voting no.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right, that takes care of this item. That's the way it goes sometimes. It's 12:17. I'm going to go ahead and continue with the meeting. For those of you, I'm sorry that you waited this long. This is not normal. It's all Supervisor McLeod's fault. But I'm going to continue with the meeting. We have the reports, the final reports, and then we have a small work. I hope it was a short work session dealing with the airport authority. Do you want to take him first, and then we'll do? Fine. We will deal with this first, okay? So that we can get you out of here as quickly as possible. We have a work session scheduled, and it's called the Airport Authority. It's a work session discussion and action item. The board will discuss and may take action if it's necessary or appropriate. Discussion regarding the possibility of terminating an existing agreement between the United States of America through the Bureau of Reclamation and the County of Yuma, in which the USA provides the county rights to use sections of land in San Luis, Arizona for the purpose of developing and maintaining an airport known as Rowley Airfield. And I know I want to thank Supervisor McLeod for actually postponing this item until I was present, because I really feel it's really important for my district what happens to that airfield. So thank you, and
Sure.
You may proceed.
Let me be the first to say good afternoon.
Good
Chairman
afternoon.
Reyes and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm very happy to be here. I'm obviously not Gladys Brown, not even close. My name is Gerald Hinkle, Jr. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Yuma County Airport Authority, and I've served in that capacity for about 20 years. We're at the airport. Obviously, we manage the airport on behalf of the county through a sublease. That's Yuma International Airport that I'm referring to. But in a greater sense, we're a landlord. we manage property, we develop the airport and that kind of thing. Today, we're going to talk about Raleigh Airfield. We manage Raleigh Airfield on your behalf as your agent, if you will. That's the way it's described in the agreement that we entered into in the early 70s. We would like, we see great things on the horizon for Raleigh Airfield. So I'd like to describe to you why we're here, so that we're doing this through a work session so everybody can be in a situation in which everybody knows what's going on.
And you saw earlier that we're having problems with
Yes.
the clicker, so we're trying to see if it works. Otherwise, our staff
I'll be
person.
happy to call out for the next
Okay.
slide. That's what,
Yeah. Okay.
necessary.
There it is. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, we always start out with our presentation here to the county describing who we are. These are the board members, the current board members of the Yuma County Airport Authority. Our current president is Ron Rice. You're very familiar with him. These are very hardworking individuals that give us the direction that we need in order to steer the airport's activities in the right direction. Our meetings are held on the second Tuesday of every month. It's going to be a week from tomorrow. We invite you to come to the meetings at any time. Our meetings are also available on YouTube and that kind of thing. Next slide, please. The airport is run by Gladys Brown. She's the airport director. This essentially is how our staff lays out. We operate the Yuma International Airport and Raleigh Airfield with approximately a $4 million annual budget. We have about 23 employees. Next slide, please. There are 11 commercial service airports in Arizona. We are considered a GA and rural airport, to kind of show you where we are in the system here in Arizona. Next slide, please. This is an image of Raleigh Airfield. That's what we're going to be talking about today. You can see that there's a very nice surface. It's maintained to the best of our ability, and there is a hangar out there. Essentially, it's a secured airfield, you could say, in the middle of nowhere. However, it is in San Luis. It's difficult to see from a paved road. You can barely see the dwelling. It's essentially in an isolated environment. Next slide, please. What is Raleigh Airfield? The county of Yuma has an agreement with the United States Department of the Interior, which is managed by the Bureau of Reclamation, in which they provide a license to the county to use a section of land for the purpose of an airfield for Raleigh Field. The most recent version of that agreement was entered into in 1986 between the county and the Department of the Interior through the Bureau of Reclamation. As I mentioned before, the Yuma County Airport Authority manages that agreement. There is an agreement that was entered into or became effective between the Board of Supervisors and the Yuma County Airport Authority on the 17th day of September 1973, a long time ago, in which the airport was designated as your agent in this behalf. The agreement for this license has been renewed, extended over this entire period of time. The most recent extension was dated in October of 2009. Okay, and that was for an additional 25 years. Next slide, please. As you can see, we ended up getting the airfield a long time ago. It was cared for by the airport authority. Essentially, once we became the agent in '73, there wasn't much done with the airfield after it was constructed as part of World War II's efforts to defend the West Coast. Next slide, please. There's another depiction of where we sit in that section of land. Interestingly enough, the runway that you've seen an image of runs north and south, which would be up and down on this screen. What appears from Google Earth to be the other section of the runway that was developed years and years ago off to the right almost isn't visible when you're on the ground. Next slide, please. Currently at Raleigh Field, we have been able to obtain grant funding through the Arizona Department of Transportation Aeronautics Division to keep it maintained and make small amounts of improvements over the years. It has a 2,800 feet long runway that has a decent surface to it. We have a taxiway that leads to a small apron, and we do have a 2,500 square foot hangar out there and a helipad. We leased that hangar to one of the world's largest unmanned aerial systems operator, AeroVironment, for a period of time. Their agreement has come to an end. It actually is vacant at this time. This field is also completely secure. It's surrounded by an 8-foot chain link fence, yes, with 3 strands of barbed wire. It has swipe access to access the gate remotely. We have to generate all the electricity that we have on site through a generator. We have a septic and a water well to keep it going. Next slide, please. We have great ideas for Raleigh Airfield in the future, and that takes money. In order to obtain grant funding from the Arizona Department of Transportation, we have to show that we have the rights to that property. If they're going to give us millions of dollars to develop that airfield, they want to know that we're going to have the rights to continue to manage the activity at that airfield for at least the next 20 years. We don't have that right now, and so we are working to get a new agreement together with the Bureau of Reclamation. It's difficult to get those funds as the situation sits today, because our control of the airfield is different. The county of Yuma is the one that has the license. It's not even a lease. It's not even a lease. The county of Yuma has a license for the property. We're just the agent acting on your behalf. So it's difficult to go to the Arizona Department of Transportation and ask them for millions of dollars and tell them, oh, we have control of the airport for the next 20 years so that your money will not be wasted, so that you will get the community will get the aviation benefits of those investments as it sits today. We have to renew this agreement for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's been extended. The original scope of the agreement calls for the field to be used essentially for agriculture. And that has changed. There's a desire by the residents of South County, the residents of Yuma County, San Luis, and the Southwest region in general for the airport to develop into something better over the years. So we have to provide an update to the scope of what we plan on using this section of land for. So we need to update that. We also need to get a much longer term in effect with a revolving renewal, so it's not a big dramatic event every time we get down to a situation where we're less than 20 years. We don't ever want to have less than 20 years on it, so we're always eligible to take care of grant funding that could be available at a moment's notice. And that literally happened when we got the fencing in place and the hangar. We had some funding that we had a very short period of time in order to take advantage of.
How did you do that under the current agreement? How did you do that?
It took political pressure, to be honest with you. We were short on the period of years that we had on the agreement, and this particular grant funding was through the governor's office, and it was use it or lose it money that the governor had, and we were able to get it done. In order to solve this situation once and for all, what we're proposing is that the county of Yuma step aside and allow Yuma County Airport Authority to enter into this agreement directly with the Bureau of Reclamation, who's working on behalf, again, of the Department of the Interior. First thing that we did was reach out to the Bureau of Reclamation and say, would you entertain such a thing? Are we an entity that you would feel comfortable with working with directly? And they are. We were able to receive a letter from the Bureau of Reclamation that we have provided that stipulates that if you're in agreement of making that change, then they are good with it as well. What this would do would give us a much better position to get grant funding in the future. It also would provide us with what we need in order to establish a whole new agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation that will provide the elements that we need going forward in order to continue to develop this airfield. Next slide, please. This is the section of the letter that we received from the Bureau that stipulates, obviously, that they're only willing to do this if you're willing to step aside. Next slide, please. We believe that the new agreement would better reflect reality. In the last several extensions of this agreement, it's the airport authority that signs these documents. the airport authority that is using our operational funds to maintain this airport, and it's the airport authority that is the one that's actually entering into the grant agreements, doing the developments and that kind of thing. So we believe that having the agreement directly between the Yuma County Airport Authority and the Bureau of Reclamation better reflects the actual reality on the ground. Obviously, I mentioned that it would give us a better position to secure grant funding. It gives the Department of Transportation a much better footing for making the investments in the airfield. And it would also memorialize the fact that the county is not liable for the activities that happen at the airfield. This is more of a legal aspect that I'm certainly not an expert in, but we believe by setting the county away from this agreement and entering into it directly between the Airport Authority and the Bureau of Reclamation would remove the liability that the county has regarding the activities that happen out at Raleigh Field, to be quite honest. Next slide, please. We're planning for Raleigh Airfield's growth. You can see the forecasted number of operations that we foresee out there at Raleigh Field. It's in the middle of nowhere, but it's used a lot. Pilots use it to practice landings and takeoffs and whatnot. We have a variety of activity out there. In order to get the Bureau of Reclamation to enter into a new agreement either with the county or the airport authority, we invested in a master plan that provided our vision of Raleigh Field into the future. That was provided to the county some time ago. We also underwent the expense of an environmental assessment in order to satisfy the Bureau of Reclamation. We were able to obtain a FONSI, which is a finding of no significant impact, based on the developments that were forecasted in the master plan. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
This slide represents our challenges. In order to develop Raleigh Airfield into a corporate airport in the future, we need electricity. We need a paved road out to that facility, and we need broadband access. And we believe that by asking the county to terminate the current agreement that we have and allowing us to enter into the agreement directly with the Bureau of Reclamation, it will help all of these things happen in the future. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Well, this is not a question, this is more a comment. I mean, obviously, it would feel a lot better if before you started off with the process, we would have known you were doing it. Now, you went ahead and asked for, sort of like permission to see it could happen. And then you're now coming back to us and basically asking us to concede or cede probably the only leverage we have in anything that happens over there. Now, we don't use that leverage ever. I don't even remember, because I've been here 20 years and I remember our dealings with, you weren't here, but I remember our dealings with the airport authority in the past. We've had this issue with the military. Remember that portion of the airfield that we had to, that we gave up. And normally the process takes time. It takes, a few weeks or a few months. But normally it begins with someone telling us, well, we got a problem here and we need to resolve it. This is more like, okay, we have made a decision on what we're going to do, and we went ahead and asked the other partner that you have if it was okay for them to give it up, to give up the authority. Now, I particularly don't need nor want the authority, but I'm sure that the city of, the city fathers and the city of San Luis would probably like to have a place in this particular process where their particular future needs are taken into account. Now, I don't see where this process has that. I see the Yuma Airport Authority. I've known Russ. I've known Ron Rice for years. I mean, we've been together for years. And I have no doubt that they're thinking of the common benefit of Yuma County in general. But I'd like to see the city of San Luis, some city of San Luis officials participate in this process so that they're not put in a situation where some of these facts are accomplished and they have nothing to say or to do with it. And the same thing applies to the Somerton. That airfield, it's basically going to impact their growth. Runways,
Yes.
Land development around it, encroachment issues. Those issues are going to come up for them to make a decision on, and I'm not sure they're part of this particular process at this time. And I like to have that participation, if it's possible, in this particular process that we're going through. I don't feel the need, and I don't think the county has the need to sort of micromanage or even oversee, because we don't really oversee the operations of the airport authority or the airport itself. I remember once talking about getting a parking spot in there, and I was told, no way, in that new facility. And I said, well, aren't we like the leaseholders? And that didn't go anywhere, which was okay. I mean, it's fine. But in this particular case, I don't think I'm talking about Yuma County's part of this process. It's more that South County's part of the process, that they are involved in the process so that they don't be surprised. I mean, I was a little surprised that you guys were this far. I knew that you were looking at this, but when I found out the presentation was simply to see if the county would give up its rights, the lease rights over, or permit, or the licensing.
License, yes, sir.
The licensing rights, I was surprised it was that far along. And your presentation, I wish I'd have seen it a few months back when you're starting with the process. It would have felt more like you wanted us to participate as opposed to wanting us to give something up.
Yes, Chairman, we absolutely want you to participate. As far as the other municipalities in the South County, San Luis, Somerton, all of the communities who participated in the master plan process, everybody had an opportunity to give their opinions as to how the field would be developed in the future. This decision will not impact that plan or how the field is developed into the future in any way. What this action would do would solidify the ability to obtain funding for that, for those developments. Quite honestly,
I understand.
Look, we're the sponsor of the airfield as far as the Arizona Department of Transportation is concerned. So if somebody else was put in charge of the airfield, let's say San Luis, or let's say the city of Somerton or something like that, they would be starting from scratch as far as the ability to manage the field, obtain grant funding, and that kind of thing. Would really be a giant step backward. But I think what you're proposing is possibly, if anybody was going to change hands in that agreement, Mr. Chairman, I think you're suggesting that maybe San Luis be put in place of the county or something. I'm not
sure yet.
Sure.
What I'm
but I can
suggesting
assure you
is
that we're not forcing the issue whatsoever. We believe that it would be a waste of the county's time to even discuss it with you if the Bureau of Reclamation was not willing to do this. So we asked their opinion first. We asked them, if we were to get the county to agree to this, are you even willing to do that? And we believe that we needed that before we came to this in a work session in order to talk about this seriously. It would have been a waste of everybody's time if we were to do this and the Bureau of Reclamation would have said, no, we only deal with counties and that kind of thing. You follow me? We did that as a preliminary
I follow you.
step.
It's just that the word follow you kind of, it signifies what we're talking about. I mean, I follow you. I understand what you're saying, but the county has its own processes. It got its own legal staff. We could have found out ourselves if it was okay. It would have been from us, not from the recipient of, or the subsequent recipient of the licensing agreement. Like I said, it's not. I understand. I mean, look, I tell you what, I haven't seen as much progress in that airfield, in Yuma County airfield, in years until you guys got in there, and until what's her name? Sorry, what's your boss's name?
Gladys Brown.
Gladys.
Yes.
Gladys is highly regarded in that field,
Yes,
and
very much
she's an
focused on
aggressive
that.
person, and she's made improvements to that airfield. In this particular case, I think she just got a little ahead of the bouncing ball here, or the game. And it's not, I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying I don't like the way it got to where it's gotten without neither the county nor the South. Yeah, I know about the master plan. I mean, the master plan's available. But this is major. This is not just what we're going to do with the airfield. This is going to be whether Yuma County or the entities around it are going to have a say about the future of that airfield that is more directly, that impacts the plan more directly. Let's put it that way. I mean, at this particular time, we don't really, other than appointing someone from here, which we had, I think we had Lenore Stewart at one time that was serving in the airport authority.
She was a board member at one time, yes, sir.
Yeah, we don't even have anyone in the port authority. And, that bothers me, but it should have bothered me earlier. I mean, it should have been something that I looked at, some time ago. Again, good presentation. I mean, you guys have done your homework. You moved the process to this far, and all I like is a little time to confer with the people in Somerton and San Luis, the elected officials, to see where they're at in this particular process. If they have no objections, I have no objections. Really, I think you guys have done a great job, and I think it's.
Chairman, that sounds very reasonable,
Okay,
very
all right.
reasonable. And
So I don't know about the
we're
rest of the board,
available
but that's my feedback.
with any help that we can have.
All right, a couple of things. Supervisor McLeod?
I'm still not clear on how making this kind of a change. I can see where we might need to renew the agreement for a longer period of time. What I don't understand yet is how doing this enhances the ability to improve the airfield.
Sure, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman. The situation is in regards to rights to the property. When we apply for grant funding, we have to be able to show to the grantor agency that we have the rights to that property at least 20 years into the future. So that when we get a grant, and most of the things we do are paving related. We put down asphalt, we put down concrete and that kind of thing to improve the airfield. They want to know that the money that they spent on those improvements will be under the control of the agency that signed all the grant agreements saying what they're going to actually do with the money and what they're going to do with the airfield for at least 20 years so that they can get their money out of it. So that gives assurance as to what the funds are used for. In this case, we don't have a lease for the airport authority, who's the sponsor, who signs the grant documents. We don't have a lease for the property. The county doesn't have a lease for the property. The county has what's called a license and contract agreement to use the property for a certain purpose. The airport authority is designated as the agent of the county, and it's very flimsy wall to stand on when we're trying to get the Department of Transportation to give us millions of dollars for capital improvements. We're finding it very difficult.
And if you were to move forward with this process, we all know how rapidly the federal government moves on these things. So I'm assuming we're looking at 1 to 2 years to get everything in place.
I would expect that first of all, the termination agreement that we have provided, which is in draft form, this is just a work session, provides that the termination would become effective the date that a new agreement that is substantially similar between the airport authority and the Bureau of Reclamation becomes in effect. In regards to your question, you're right. Things move pretty slowly with the Bureau of Reclamation. However, they've been very responsive to this issue. I would expect that if the county was willing for us to go this direction, that it would take less than a year for us to negotiate and to get a new agreement in place with the Bureau of Reclamation. That would be my prediction.
Can I ask a question? Is it a licensing agreement or is it a leasing agreement you're looking for?
It is a contract and license for airport purposes.
So it's still going to be a license. They're going to transfer the license to you.
It would be a new agreement, but it would be very similar. I'm certain it would probably be still a contract and license agreement. The advantage was it would be between the airport authority and the Bureau of Reclamation rather than the airport authority being an agent.
But it still be a licensing agreement because you mentioned lease. I mean, I'm familiar with the fact that, for example, you can lease land from the state, and it's very difficult to get financing when you lease land. Period. I mean, you have a 99-year lease that you can get if it goes out to bid. It's a process, but you can't get a 99-year lease with the state for state land. But if you get a 10-year lease or a 20, if you get a 10-year lease, it's very difficult to finance anything. So I'm familiar with that part of the process, but it's a lease agreement. This is a licensing agreement. It seems to me there's some difference. And if the Board of Reclamation would say to you, look, we will lease you the land, as opposed to license the land to the county, and you be the agent for the county operating that license. If you were going to get a lease from the Bureau of Reclamation, which is, I think, a much more sturdier agreement to stand on when you're making improvements on land, whether it's state or federal. And in this particular case, federal are much more complicated. State land, I think, is pretty easy to see where they're going. Where they're going is if you spend money on their land, it makes their land more valuable, and then when they have to lease it to you again or sell it, the improvements are there that made it better. So to me, if you have a license and you are our agent and you make and you get money to put some sort of improvement on this property, at the end of the day, if it's just a license, and even if it's a lease, it still belongs to the federal government, as far as I'm concerned, although you have some leverage. Because the next person coming in would have to pay, normally in the state land department, if the next leasee, if it's not the original one, has to pay for the improvements. So I'm still not clear what the difference is between a contract and license directly to you guys or a contract and license to us. I can understand that. I just don't understand where it gives you any more property rights than you have right now as an agent.
Chairman Reyes, I think that the difference is that the way it sits today is we're simply an agent. I would imagine it would be much easier for you to change agents.
All right, let me ask then legal. We have a legal problem here. We can't gift anything. As far as I'm concerned, this is the way that, the statute's written. In other words, we can't give anyone. I mean, we can't give county property to anyone. We can't give it to them. I mean, there must be some sort of intergovernmental agreement. I'm not yet sure whether a license is something of value that we're transferring to someone. Right now, we're doing it anyway. So to me, getting out of the way and letting the actual user of that license be the actual licensee seems to make more sense. I mean, it really makes more sense. But I'd like to know if there's any legal restrictions about doing such a thing.
The difference generally between a license and a lease is that a license doesn't transfer any possessory rights into the land to anybody. The licensor maintains possession of that land and exclusive possession. They're just giving you the right to use it in a particular way. I'm going to clarify that it's been a long time since we looked at these issues, but there is, under Title 28, the lease with the Yuma County Airport Authority was created in such a way that they were able to take that possession of that property for a significant period of time. I believe it was 50 years.
Yes.
Does that sound right? Okay. And because we were able to do that without going out to bid, it made the airport authority a public entity, for lack of a better term. It is now a governmental function to maintain and operate that airport. Under that agreement, again, I haven't read it in a long time, but I seem to recall that any interest that they acquire as the airport authority would convert, if able to, back to Yuma County. Whether that licensing right, if something were to happen to the airport authority, would convert back to Yuma County, should they dissolve or something happen to them, I don't know. I'd have to look into that. But it could be, some wording could be provided that says they're entering in that licensing agreement with the U.S. Department of Reclamation, Bureau of Reclamation, correct?
Yes.
In such a way that they're doing it solely under their authority as provided by the agreement with Yuma County, which creates them into a public entity.
Yeah, I remember going through the first one.
Is it cloudy enough for you?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
But I'd have to go back and look. We can go back and look and see if this is something what you could look at, address your concerns, because I understand what you're saying now. And this is kind of new for us. I know we've had a little bit of look at this from my office, but not much, and see if we can address some of your concerns. And
it's a good opening, Salvo.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay, we will research it. I got an open mind. All I want to do is make sure that the entities that are going to be impacted more directly, and the county is impacted directly, but I think that the benefit of that particular area, it's more in the South County situation that I just want to make, feel comfortable that we're helping you guys do what you want to do, what you need to do, and at the same time, protect the fact that whatever you do is going to impact their development, their surrounding area, okay?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I don't see that the airport authority would be opposed to any type of language in this agreement or otherwise that would ensure that if something happened to the airport authority, that it wouldn't, these rights wouldn't be lost forever, they would revert. We would be open for any language that could accomplish that, absolutely.
And Mr. Chair, is there any kind of language that could be put in there that before you make major changes to it, you take the city of San Luis and the city of Somerton are?
Well, I think it would have to come back to the board.
Yeah,
Well, it would come to us, but I mean, somehow or another, they're informed.
include them into the
You know what I'm
process.
saying?
Oh, you
That would
could, you
be
could
our
create
job.
an advisory board.
That would be
There's,
our
there's
job.
planning and
Okay.
zoning, situations out there. When we built that hangar, out at Raleigh Airfield, we had to go to the city of San Luis. It had to go through their zoning processes.
Oh,
So there's
okay.
already processes in place, in
To
which,
help them
the
deal
city of
with it.
San Luis has a lot to say as to
Good.
what goes out there. That's one of our problems, if I will take a moment. Since there's no paved road out there, the city of San Luis was very gracious to allow us to build one hangar building without the ability for emergency vehicles to get out there quickly. We satisfied them with some reserve firefighting equipment and whatnot, but the discussion was, before you do hangar number 2 or number 3, we really need a paved road out there. So we're going to be working hand in hand with the city of San Luis through everything that we do out there. Absolutely, it's,
All right.
it's
Well,
required.
I just wanted to express that concern, and it's more, not so much a concern in that respect, it's more like, okay, a pathway to get to where you guys are, wanting to, because in reality, I mean, you guys run that airport, and you run that Raleigh field. I mean, it's just, again, this is a good start for us to start getting in the process and finding out what we need to do to both help you out and protect the interest of both the county and the areas that you guys are going to be developing.
Absolutely. On behalf of Gladys Brown, I would like to say we're very
Who's your
happy to
legal?
work. Excuse me?
Who's your legal representative?
Wayne Benish. Benish
Yeah,
and Davies now is our corporate legal counsel.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
We'd
we
be
did it
happy to
one-
work with staff.
Yeah, we did it once, and
Yeah.
we can do it again. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? No, no comments? Thank you. Sorry about you waiting so long, but
opportunity.
all right. Thanks. Say hi to Candy. Gladys? I am really good. I took this Dale Carnegie course to learn names and remember them. I don't remember what I learned anymore.
They made me take it
All right.
twice.
They're gonna make me take it twice. It's a failure. Okay, the next item in the agenda, the last item in the agenda, I'm sorry it took this long, and I know you guys are gonna say it's because of all the extra comments from the chairman, but the next item is, board members and county administrator will report on and may discuss events intended to be attended on behalf of the county, may present a brief summary of current events, and may update the schedule for future board of supervisors meeting as appropriate. No legal action will be taken. Just before we go into that, why was there a mention of a special session in March to deal with?
Taxes.
Is it tax?
Tax
Oh, the
auction.
auction. Is that a special meeting that has to take place, or is it simply called special because it's because of that? It's not a separate meeting. It's just that it's a meeting where that can take place. Is that it? Okay, fine. All right, Supervisor Pancrazy. Normally, you don't wait for me to tell you to start, so
I know,
start off.
I'm here, okay. I attended the interview for one of the new plant pathologists for the Yuma County Cooperation Extension. I attended an introductory class on cybersecurity put on by Yuma County's IT. It was a very good class, opened my eyes. I attended the open house at Fleet Operations out at Public Works, and I learned a lot, and they have a huge responsibility that
They do.
became very aware of out there at that open house. I attended the Coca-Cola Cultural Celebration down on the, and I always go through the museum. It's just, I enjoy that. So I went to Hospice of Yuma de los Muertos event and enjoyed that. Drove with Susan to Pinal County to visit their supervisor's auditorium in an effort to see what the latest and greatest is. I attended the Rural Transportation Summit on the 24th and 25th, and then I attended the State Transportation Board meeting, and along with Russell and Cynthia, McCullough spoke on the widening of Highway 95, and I attended a YMPO meeting and attended Women in Education, a mini conference out at AWC.
Cecilia McCullough, I get a chance to.
What did I say?
Cynthia.
Cecilia. Yeah.
Hey, get one of those
McCullough.
right.
The mayor of Welton,
The mayor
yes.
of Welton, yeah. Supervisor McLeod, cloud us with your knowledge.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but I do applaud the chairman for recognizing his contribution to the long meeting.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I too attended the Rural Transportation Summit and also spoke in favor of Highway 95. However, I did not have the best. I did not have the best line of the day. The best line of the day came from Supervisor Pancrazy, who informed ADOT that we would be happy to take the money that was scheduled for a roundabout in Mojave County that they don't want. So, well done, Supervisor Pancrazy.
We'll take it.
Almost fell out of my chair. Outstanding statement. It was, I think it caught some people by surprise. Also went to Pinal County to look at their boardroom. Appreciate staff setting that up. I think it was very worthwhile.
Oh, so do I.
Very good ideas. I look forward to visiting some others, but we certainly had some great takeaways, and it was worth all the time that it took. I attended a web meeting, something that I'm pretty enthusiastic about. I heard about a program when I was at Flynn Brown Convention. Gentleman there, Jonathan, I don't recall his last name, but was talking about something called Chief Science Officers. And it's a position in the schools that the students vote on. And they vote in their Chief Science Officer. They cooperate with the other schools and regionally and also statewide. And so I inquired as several of our superintendents, and it was well attended. The web conference was well attended, and our school districts were enthusiastically in favor. So looks like we'll be seeing this come to fruition down the road. I applaud them for their willingness to take a look at it, and they were very enthusiastic. So it sounds like a very interesting program that may be coming to Yuma County. So of course, it is to further the STEM programs.
Yeah, the STEM programs, good.
And once we have it in place, then we'll introduce them to STEAM, which incorporates agriculture too.
Yes, that's right.
But for now, I think it's a good opportunity for our community. I also attended the Public Works Fleet Operations. As long as I've been on the board, I have not visited that building, and it is rather impressive. They do a lot with not a whole lot of staff. It's pretty amazing, and the things that they have to work on, from just little stuff to like this massive equipment. Yeah. It was pretty remarkable, and so I commend them for the job that they do. And I think that was about it.
Right, Supervisor Simmons.
At a Public Safety Retirement Board meeting at the Sheriff's Office. Community meeting last Saturday, which was pretty well attended. I got sidetracked into a side room with problems with a certain smell in the foothills area that I've been dealing with. So I didn't get a chance to get out and walk around and see a lot of, where everybody was hitting, but it was well received, and all the county agencies put their best foot forward. And I want to thank them all for coming out and participating in that. Also attended the Foothills Rotary and was their guest speaker. And that's about it.
I want to make sure everybody looks at the screen over there and sees that you may be speaking, but Supervisor McLeod's picture in there, so you can say anything you want to, no matter what controversial subject you have.
And this is Supervisor Simmons speaking.
The audio is still
there. There's a bar chairman looking at you like going like, what? Supervisor Porches. Oh, there you go. Now you have the county treasurer thing. All right.
We're off the air.
We went overtime.
Yeah.
They had a schedule and we didn't keep it. Go ahead, Supervisor Porches, you have 2 minutes.
I attended the binational bicycle ride.
Good.
I made it from the Civic Center all the way to San Luis.
What kind of motorcycle was it?
No motorcycle.
Hybrid? What kind of hybrid vehicle were you driving?
Hey, 26 miles.
I'm
I'll challenge you, any of you. I'm not.
I tried to run you over my way into the cocoa pot.
Good for you.
Thanks to the sheriff's department. They did an awesome job in helping with the traffic control. Yeah, everybody was talking about the sheriff, that they did awesome. So we had all entities there, all the
law enforcement entities.
Yeah. We even had a law enforcement from California, the CHP.
They had a border patrolman making sure everybody left the country.
Legally.
Oh my goodness.
I attended both presentations for county extension plant pathology position, and one of them, has been hired, so that's good.
Which one? Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
second one.
Oh,
Yeah.
darn, okay.
And I attended the YMPO meeting.
All right. I try to run over the people that were in the bicycle going towards the Cocopa, cultural thing. I almost hit the vice mayor of San Luis, but he moved. So, but I did go to the cultural, event at the Cocopa, and say hi to Cherry, and there was a couple of people in there,
Yeah, I said that.
that I don't want to mention. As a reminder, there was a meeting scheduled for the E. coli situation with, it was canceled, right? There are a couple of meetings coming up. One is the Arizona Sonora Mexico Commission meeting in Hermosillo, just a reminder to everybody. And the other one is the National Association of Counties Legislative meeting in February. Make sure you do whatever you do with that quickly, because that place fills up fast. And then pretty soon you're sent to some other hotel nearby and stuff. So if you're gonna go, just make your mind up quickly, and let's make sure Desiree does that. Question, is this board meeting place, or that you went to meeting, is it related to the construction of the one up here? You're
Yes,
looking for
197,
better
yes.
Good practices.
better practices thing?
Best
Okay.
practices, yes.
Okay, well then, good luck. All right, that's it. Susan?
Well, I just want to remind everyone that tomorrow is election day, and so our county election staff and all the poll workers will be hard at work at 9 vote centers. And we've already received tens of thousands of early ballots that they're processing and working through the
Is there a way, can they determine now what percentage of increased voter participation you've had so far, or is it too early?
No, they don't want to get ahead of themselves. They want to wait till the entire.
Well, no, I get it, but we're talking early voting.
Early ballots will still be coming in, and then they have what's called late early ballots. So
Early
they come
ballots
in the mail after
today and tomorrow.
election day. So
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
we want to make sure that everything gets tallied appropriately. And I did share with you that kind of what to expect on related to elections, the timeline, because things don't happen instantaneously. We won't know all the results as of 8 o'clock tomorrow night. There are a number of processes that take place. And so your next board meeting, you will actually canvass the votes. So November 19th will be the canvassing of the votes from this election.
I do want to send out a message to everybody. If you have an early ballot and you voted it, or don't send it by mail, it will not get there on time, and it will not be counted after tomorrow night. That's 6 p.m. or whatever. 7 p.m. If you have your ballot in your possession, you haven't voted, if you want to vote, do it personally, or take the ballot to a
Vote center.
Or ballot
Or
box.
the recorder's office.
Or the ballot boxes. There are ballot boxes placed in strategic locations, especially in San Luis and Somerton.
I talked to Robin here last week, and at the last election cycle, they had like 16,000 early ballots come in. They were already at like 28,000.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about. They were almost twice the return rate of a normal.
They're getting a
midterm.
huge early ballot turnout.
Just the people voting in that place.
Yeah.
Going in to vote.
We
Yeah,
have
you
a
can see
special
people.
section November 16th. Next
For-
Friday.
There
All
are,
things-
I believe
Do we
there
have
are
it?
4 or 5.
All things being equal, we having it?
There are 4 or 5 cases where the assessor is attempting to reach agreement on the full cash value of properties, and so they need to have a special session Friday at 9 a.m. Next Friday. The
Is there a
16th.
deadline to have it, or is there a deadline to have it? Why would he have it on a Friday?
Yes.
Oh. Why would he wait that long if we have a meeting on the 16th? That's how long?
No, we don't have a meeting until the 19th.
Oh, excuse me, the 19th. So he's got a deadline, the 16th, that he needs to meet for some sort of statute requirement.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna charge him for it. All right. Anything else?
Breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh, you know.
We want breakfast for that special session.
If I could too, I just wanted to add kind of what Martine was saying about the sheriff's office volunteers. I know I'm kind of prejudiced, but they do a whole lot as far as coming out and helping the community, the volunteers.
Sure.
And they free up the officers on like accident scenes. And like I said, they are a definite godsend when it comes to helping out on the road and with special events, because you see them at Mado, you see them Balloon Festival that's
Sure.
coming up. I mean, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
And this is an unbiased opinion in your part.
No, none whatsoever. They're volunteers, so.
Yeah.
All right, people,
Yeah,
anything
kinda
else?
like
Anything
you.
else? Because this is getting out of hand. You, anything legal? No? This concludes.